budget as, is this priority spending or a slap in the face of Nigerians? And of course, economists mentioned that education, health sector, security was meant to be in the front burner instead of all of these particular situations that we're hearing from the government. Why do you think the government keeps, budgeting, for religious places, buildings, and the likes of them when they were meant to face, the main conversation? Professor, over to you, please. I'd like you to give clarity on this.
Well, you ask me why. I don't know why they do that. You need to ask them why they're doing it.
Professor, with your wealth of knowledge, I believe you can actually educate everybody.
No, I cannot read their mind with my wealth of knowledge. What I can tell you is that I think it's wrong. I think that is misplaced priorities. If I had my way, a budget of a developing country like Nigeria with a lot of underdevelopment area should go to development. We should be dealing on one side with health, education, and security, and on the other side, we should be looking at building capital projects. Our budget should be a budget that says, let us make sure our people are safe, healthy, and educated, and let us make sure that our spaces are productive spaces. That's the kind of thing we ought to be talking about. I mean, who cares about religion? If I had my way, I would tax religion, let alone giving them money. That's not really our need. That should not be what a secular republic should be dealing with at all. That's a very wrong thing. And you see, three matters are crucial that unveils the cynicism and the hypocrisy of politicians and indeed our political class in Nigeria. Those three items are education, health, and security. I say this because if you go to the schools that many of these people represent as constituencies, either as legislators or even nominated as commissioners and ministers, because they allocate them to positions. They say, this one is from this state, this one is from this local government. If you go to these places and you see how bad their schools are, the infrastructure of the school, the lessons of the day, how bad their teachers are paid. And then you look at the people that represent them and you find out the schools their own children are going to, you realize how cynical these politicians and our political class are, and how we've allowed them to get away with it. If you think of the fact that security is an issue and the average Nigerian is not protected, and you see how governors, ministers, and legislators go about with convoys because they understand that they have to protect themselves, and they deploy cars bought by the states, security people of the state, to protect their own self, not the people. You see how bad it is. If you look at how bad our health system is, and you see the number of people who are charged to manage affairs of the Commonwealth, of the Republic, going abroad for health without taking care of our health, then you realize that the whole thing we're talking about is very sad. You realize that we're dealing with very self-centered, cynical, and indeed visionless set of people. And we should worry a lot. It's not about who's going to win or who's going to lose. It's about understanding where we are and thinking about a way to get out of it beyond any kind of parties. And I think we have to be careful. When we find people like the parents come around to say they're contesting, and they say I'm going to be different from those who are there, I think we should take them very serious. We should allow them to explain what they're going to do differently and hopefully hold them to account. And then go to the people who are there and confront them with the new solutions, the new characters that are coming forward, and see how they react to it. Okay. I denounce cynicism and pessimism, but I'm very careful not to become pessimistic or a cynic as well. So we must hope, and we must allow those who say they want to do it differently to express themselves very well. And the new ones coming, we should ask them, what will you do differently? So I think it's important, because it is only if things are done differently that we're going to get new results.
All right.
And we have to keep our minds open.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor, for that particular, concluding thought of yours. I'd like to bring it to the studio before we wrap up the conversation. Now, Doctor, I know you want to also respond to that, but just like what Siraki Dixon mentioned, we warn against rigging, violence and intimidation. How credible do you rate, or should we actually rate INEC and the ability for them to, conduct a free and fair election?
Let me say this.
Yes.
Today is a happy day for me. You heard what Dr. Kela said.
Yeah.
Give people like Dr. Pierce a chance who are coming. He knows me.
Okay.
He knows that I'm from the intellectual community.
Okay.
I'm from the university. I'm a teacher all my life. I don't have the kind of money. I don't spend the kind of money these people spend. Therefore, I will be, since I'm not made by any godfather, it is I who will decide from my money, the money that is the people's money, how much of it I am going to give.
Do you think the godfathers will trust you because you're not a yes man?
I say I don't have any godfather.
That's the problem. So if you're not a yes man, how would you get there?
How did I get there?
How will you get there?
Get there? How? What do you mean? I've got there already.
Okay, you've gone there already.
You
okay.
know why?
Please
It
tell.
is this position, the party is the one that determines if you're a godfather or not. Since I've got where I am now, without a godfather, I am safe.
Okay.
So when I get into government as the governor, nobody's going to come to me to dictate how much I give the party and give them.
In just 20 seconds, do you think INEC can conduct a free and fair election?
INEC will not conduct a free and free election because until the constitution is changed, whereby the president who is contesting is not the one appointing the INEC chairman, we will not have a fair...
So if you don't believe in INEC conducting free and fair election, why do you want to also go into the
I will go
fray?
there because I will go to court.
So you believe
court.
election should be won in the court and not via the ballot?
No. We are doing what we have to do to save ourselves.
But some of you are also saying that the judiciary has been, complicit.
No. Listen, INEC, Amukiton, the INEC chairman, has demonstrated behind any doubt that is compromised, is not dependable, he cannot do justice, he cannot be fair. He works for Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the APC. That is what his performance has shown us. Now, if he conducts this election as we expect him to conduct, which is to rig it on behalf of APC, we will take him on. We will take Tinubu on. If we have to go to International Criminal Court, we will do so. The people of Nigeria, the vote must count.
All right.
That is what is going to happen now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce, for that particular energetic, concluding thought of yours. And thank you so much, Professor Killer, for being part of the program today. This is how far we can actually go as regards to the program. And of course, I hope we can actually do more, but we're pressed for time. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like to stay able to enjoy that particular. From my team, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nutrition experts are emphasizing the importance of healthy eating in preventing disease and improving overall well-being. At an event marking World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Lagos, stakeholders highlighted the role of balanced diets, proper portion control, and reduced consumption of processed foods in tackling rising cases of lifestyle-related illnesses. They say nutrition also plays a key role in energy levels, cognitive development, and productivity.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also stress the need for greater awareness and the integration of dietitians in healthcare institutions across the country.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1. 2, during the policy for nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
They add that promoting healthier food choices remains essential to building a healthier population.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
With the growing concerns of lifestyle-related illnesses in Nigeria, the conversation is drawn towards the role of nutrition in our everyday lives and everyday habits as well. For many, the conversation is really about awareness and better living. I'm Praise Peters from Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of the Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. Today promises to be another interesting episode of the show. Of course, we've got a lot of grass to cover and so many conversations brewing on. As we speak right now, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria is doing business right there at the Yamoussoukro Stadium right there in Cote d'Ivoire against the Sparrow Hawk of Togo. And in a game that is touted to be one of the biggest, for the Togolese in this tournament because it's a make or mar for them. And for the Flying Eagles, it's a game that if the Super Eagles eventually win, Flying Eagles, eventually wins it, it means the Flying Eagles will be heading to the semi-final. Recall, they are actually the defending champion of this particular tournament, talking about the Voptv Championship. We'll also take a dive into what's happening right there at the Anfield as Liverpool legend Jamie Carragher is warning the club not to acquire the services of the Frenchman Brandy Bacola, a man who a lot of persons are actually looking at, as a very big option for Liverpool, but then his reasons, we'll find out if they are actually concerns, if they are genuine concerns, or he's just actually making, a case out of nothing, in this particular instance. And of course, we'll also look into some very interesting conversation happening right there at the camp of the Salazar, where the chief coach talking about Carlo Ancelotti is talking about the exit from the World Cup and why, the water break is actually not really good for football. I won't be doing this alone. I'll be doing this alongside Jerry, who is right here in the studio with me. Jerry, good evening. Welcome to Locker Room.
Yeah, it's great to be here. So much to talk about in the exciting world of football. The Flying Eagles, though I'm not a big fan of Abdul Maikaba, and just because of his selection, which I find very appalling, talking about the names on the Flying Eagles list. But let's see how that pans out for the team. And talking about Jamie Carragher, I think, he has a point, but we'll get to that part of the show. It's great to be here once again on the Locker Room.
Absolutely. It's so good to be here. And of course, that game, if the Flying Eagles eventually wins, is definitely going to be a huge one because it means that we're actually looking at the semi-finals of this particular competition. And of course, the final of the finalists of this particular competition, talking about the Voptv under 20, is going to be the ones who will be heading to the Nations Cup in 2027. And of course, you recall also at the last Nations Cup that was played, South Africa actually, knocked out, the Flying Eagles in that particular, tournament. So it's going to be quite interesting to actually see if we're going to actually, at the end of this particular tournament, if the Flying Eagles make it to the AFCON, if we're going to see, the next, Harcourt, the man who Jerry likes to, talk about all of the time. But then let's go straight to the camp of Flying Eagles, where it's going to actually really start our conversation. We'll definitely be starting our conversation from, the one that is built to be, I think as we speak right now, we should actually first look at, what's going on there in the camp of, Terry Muffin. Because, yesterday a big story came up about, him moving away from, his present club side, talking about Nice. You've recalled that there's been a very negative blood between him and, the club he's actually representing. And then he went, talking about OG Nice, and then he went to FC Porto, where, he actually was expected to actually, deliver the goods and then, get permanent move from Nice because of the bad blood. But at the end of the day, Porto actually returned him back. And now the sporting director of the club, talking about Roger Rickott, is actually speaking as well. He has actually defended his harsh comments about Terry Murphy. He said, "We don't necessarily respect the man, but we are obliged to respect the player." Rickott actually added that I have nothing against him, but why should it always be, the club to keep quiet? Most of the times the player also sometimes show lack of respect. And it's quite interesting why, a manager will actually open his mouth, talking about the sporting director in this sense, open his mouth and say, it's okay to actually disrespect a player. Recall that Terry Murphy definitely has fallen behind in pecking order. But Jerry, for a man to actually be justifying, disrespect on a player, on a human being, and then still no action against him. Nobody's actually saying anything against him. And of course, his only justification is that we've seen many times where players also face, clubs that also face, disrespect from players, that clubs also deserve to also disrespect players. In his words, that why must it always be players? Club side that will always keep quiet. Why not the players? In something like we also can also should be allowed to actually respect players, Jerry. I mean, this is quite a very sad precedent for football because, I mean, over the years, we've gotten to a point where we see that when, incidents like this happen, right? One of the things that you definitely want to take away from whatever it is, even if there's a bad blood, is racial abuse or, verbal attacks. But when a CEO, right, a man who runs a top flight league, runs, a top club in a top 5 league in Europe, is actually making or trying to actually give double down on his action against a player, is actually setting a very dangerous precedent for football.
Yeah, if you look at the case of Terry Murphy, it all started with the fans actually not happy with the players' performance in some of the games they played last season. And of course, if I remember, I think it was the game, one particular game, whether it was Olympic Marseille, I'm not really sure right now. After that game, the fans actually went after the players, and Terry Murphy was one of those players that was attacked. Was it at the driveway? Yes, of the club side. And since that incident, they've been more like a sort of grudge between the board, the players, and the fans of the club side. And I understand why Rickott is making this statement, because he won't just want to be on the side of the fans. Because if he takes the side of Terry Murphy, the fans definitely will come after him. But with that being said, no matter what happens, if the team is not doing well, yes, it's a collective effort. It shouldn't be one player singled out to take responsibility when the team is not doing well. I think Terry Murphy is just being made a scapegoat. Yes, it was a time in the season where a lot of things were going wrong for Nice and some players were picked on. It was not only Terry Murphy it happened to. I think there were some other players that were actively involved, but Terry Murphy's own was more or less more in the public light because he was actually attacked, and there was a video of the attack by the so-called fan.
Yeah.
And he made a vow that he was no longer going to play for the club again. Yeah, it got to a boiling point, and he expected the board and the club side to have taken his own side, but they didn't. They hung him out to dry, and now the relationship is bad, and I can't wait for him to move to a new club side and just start his football career all over again. We've seen the case of Tolu Arokodare, because Terry Murphy has played for various club sides. He has not been known to be a troublesome boy. He has always been keeping his cool, minding his business, and playing his game. Had it been he has antecedent of being an infant terrible, yes, I would say Terry Murphy is known for this kind of character, but this guy is a gentleman, and he has never had any issue with any club he has played for. Why should it be Nice all of a sudden? So there's something about that incident that didn't really sit well with me in terms of the way the club side managed it.
Well, it's quite sad that the club is actually managing it the wrong way from where I stand. But Jerry, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Stay tuned.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. And of course, it's actually a very sweet one right there at the Yamoussoukro Stadium in Cote d'Ivoire, where, the Voptv Championship is ongoing. And the Flying Eagles of Nigeria is actually doing the business the right way against the Sparrowhawks of Togo. 2-0 as it stands now, 58 minutes on the clock. And of course, none other than Moise Adeleke, who scored the second goal. Jerry, we talked about this team before, they actually went, the tournament actually commenced. And we looked at, the names, and you had a lot to say about it. Of course, you're not a fan of the coach, but here we are. These guys are already in the semi-finals. Just one more win. We're definitely heading to the championship next year. AFCON under 20.
Yeah, the Voptv has never been a big competition as far as I'm concerned. It's more like a competition among the West African teams. Though, if you take a look at football at the age grade level, West Africa has been dominating over the years, courtesy of the fact that Nigeria was doing well, until when the likes of Amaju Pini came in and destroyed all of that structure, and now we are building it back again. But the men who have been saddled with the responsibility to build back our age grade teams are not the right men for the job. We've seen players selected based on sentiment. I've seen that list, a lot of sentimental names in that list, and yes, they are doing well at the Voptv Championship, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty of the competition, when it comes to the final, are they going to be able to win it? I'll keep my fingers crossed. And as well as on the continent of Africa, will they be able to win the African Championship on the 20 level? I think that's one of the challenges we've had, because we continued to recycle the likes of Landa Boso over the years. And I was one of those who was saying that Landa Boso had no business managing the Flying Eagles. And of course, due to quota system, they're giving it to Abdul Maikaba just because he had one glorious season with the El Kanemi Warriors. They feel that he has arrived. And since then, I think there's nothing exciting about the Flying Eagles for me until they qualify for the World Cup. Then I will start looking at that team and say, maybe look at what the Bameye project, how it all went. Yeah, it was not really an interesting one. Save for that team and the under 20 the last time, the only player you can actually bring out of all of the setup from under 17 to under 20 was Harcourt, which is really a bad end result. Because
but Bame is right there in the Premier League right now. So
which was the Premier League? English.
Yes, I mean, Jerry,
playing which club? Playing for which club?
He's actually in Premier League. He might not be playing. He's in the under 20, but he's right there, Jerry.
When I'm trying to remember now, when he and Acho finished playing at the under 17, he made the move to Manchester City, right? And when he made the move to Manchester City, there was high profile talk about him, true or false. And of course, before Mikel Obi went to the under 20 World Cup, there was already a buzz about him. The likes of Obuke, the likes of Tai. Those were the days where the under 20 had names, had players. Yes, he has gone to the Premier League. For which club side?
But Jerry,
what is the potential?
Jerry, what went wrong?
What went wrong is the fact that they withdrew the support the under 20 has. Do you know that as this under 20 has is at the Voptv Championship right now? Before the Voptv competition, even during the Voptv competition, they are not being paid camp allowance. They're just being given match bonus. So that means that even the match bonuses, they are not going to come as at when due. So whatever allowance is made available to cater for the whole team in terms of feeding and transportation, that is what gets to the players. The players doesn't get anything. They return back home empty-handed. At the end of the day, we see a situation, allegedly, where the players will even have to pay their way in, or have to settle one or two, have to know one or two people before they make the call to play for the team. So the team is no longer based on merit, and the players who are playing there are not even the players that deserve to be there. At the end of the day, there's no motivation. So that started during Amaju Pinnick's era, where he cut all the bonuses and everything that makes it attractive and make the players want to do more for the country. So that is where the problem started. And the quality of the coaches. I think the last time we had a good under-20 coach was I'm trying to remember the man who did the under-17 and the under-20 World Cup, where he took the Manu Sani boys and I'm trying to remember the little Messi guy.
Ladamboso?
No, it was not Ladamboso. If I remember the coach's name again, he was the one. That is the last under-20 coach we had. Since then, we started recycling Ladamboso today, Salisu Yusuf tomorrow, and so on and so forth. So that was when we started declining. Yes, we were going to the under-20 World Cup. I think there was one we went to Canada. There was this Kayode guy they discovered from that team. What has been the product? So we've not been taking advantage of the under-20 and under-17 over the years. And the last under-17 coach we really had was Nduka Ugbade, who was really decent. But he
was the last.
He was frustrated. I'm just saying, there is at least
the last that brought us championship.
The coach who had
impact.
Yes, Emmanuel Amuneke, Yemi Tella, those were the guys. Sam Sisiasia. Since that era, nothing has been happening with these great teams.
Well, I was actually mistaking the name Abameyi for Ngenge. Ngenge was actually the one I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, that's fairly close.
It's Ngenge, so it's Ngenge. But it's really a very sad place to be, right? Because we know that, whenever the Super Eagles fail, we usually look back to our age grade. We usually look forward to them playing championship. We know we definitely will find, some sort of
that was the Super Eagles Academy.
Exactly. We know that, okay, we have players who will be moving on to the next, level. But unfortunately, we're actually in a place where this thing seems to be like, rocket science at this point. I don't know how, we're going to actually fix it, how we're going to go back to it, because it's really a very sad place to be right now. If the age grade stop producing top talent, it means that, we have to heavily rely on, whatever it is that is coming as leftover from, countries, abroad. And of course, let's move on away from the camp of the Flying Eagles, and we'll also definitely keep you updated with that one. Now let's go to the camp of the Seleção, where the coach, Don Carlo Ancelotti, says Brazil lost the World Cup 2026 chance during the hydration break versus Norway in the round of 16. He called it his mistake changing the team when they still had control. The changes broke Brazil's rhythm and, of course, broke the system for them before Erling Haaland and Norway scored the goals that knocked them out of the tournament. Ancelotti added that Brazil doesn't need to copy Spain or France to win the 6th World Cup title. All they need to do is actually to ensure that they have the very best of midfield, and of course, he's looking forward to the Olympic Championship to see top players filling that particular role. Jerry, looking at Brazil and the Brazil before, looking at today's Brazil and the Brazil before, what went wrong with them? I mean, we know, yes, in terms of quality of talent, it has really dropped across the world, not just in Brazil. But the style of play, what is wrong with Brazil? Why can't we see Brazil and, look at them and say, okay, I want to watch a team play football?
Yeah, Brazil no longer have the talents. Maybe because...
But Jerry, these talent teams across the world.
No, Brazil, for instance, I think it has gotten worse in the sense that, yes, going to this World Cup, there was this buzz around Endrick. Yeah, and making the move to Real Madrid for me, I felt was the wrong move at that age, at 16. It was also almost going to happen to Neymar, but somehow Neymar was able to take up the responsibility, moving to Santos at a very young age, from Santos to Barcelona at a point in time. So if you look at that generation, since the time of Neymar till now, I think Neymar has been the only thing that has been the buzz. But back in the day, it used to be Ronaldo Lima, Rivaldo, even as much as the right back was a thing. Cafu, you had Roberto Carlos,
Marcelo.
There was even the Bebeto era, Romario era. They could afford to go to the World Cup without a Romario, who was still good. So that was how good Brazil was. Brazil could go to the 2002 World Cup in Korea, Japan without a Ronaldo Lima, and they will still be comfortable. They will still have a lot of talents who can still go as far as taking them to the final and winning it. But you can't say that for Brazil right now. Most of their players are more interested in the show and not, I don't know, there's something about the Brazil setup. Because look at the pool of players that have been making the move to Europe. How many of them have really created that buzz? Hendrik was going to be the boss, but the Real Madrid move didn't work out. And he had to make the move to Marseille. I was expecting going to the World Cup that Ancelotti was going to take advantage of Hendrik. But of course, we all know his relationship with Hendrik is not that good prior to the World Cup because I think he was the coach of Real Madrid when they signed Hendrik. And he didn't give him opportunities. He doesn't believe in... And if you look at Don Carlo Ancelotti, he doesn't believe in the younger players. Going to this World Cup, for him to have gone back to Neymar, yes, Neymar is the legend, he's the thing, but he's been having a topsy-turvy time. Back and forth with injuries. They have to go and back to relying. They even have to go call back Fabio, who is playing in the Saudi league. Yes, with all due respect, Fabio is a decent player. Then, who are the players pulling the weight? Estevao was relegated and made to look like he's not an important player. There was no blend between youth and the older players in that team. Then who are the defenders for the Brazilian national team right now? I think the last big player they had was Silva.
Well, okay, so Jerry, Carlo Ancelotti is actually talking about the midfield now for Brazil. From his statement, it means he believes that Brazil's got attackers, they've got defenders. Now it's the midfield. Let's look at Brazil's midfield option in this particular World Cup, right? There's a Bruno Guimaraes who commanded a huge fee, going into this particular tournament. Of course, a lot of Arsenal is still circling around him. Maybe around close to 100 million or 80 million if they eventually get to pick him up. There's there's an Ederson who plays for Atlanta. Of course, the deal finally collapsed for Manchester United. He was almost snapped up from Atlanta, around 50 million pounds. And of course, there's also a Casemiro who was part of that team who is actually regular. Ederson was on the bench in this particular World Cup. But if you look at, they've got quality.
They're already old. They're already old. Fabio starting alongside Casemiro. Casemiro is
Fabio also was on the bench.
Casemiro is already old. So you can't rely on those kind of players. You're not building for the future. You're not preparing for the future. That's what Brazil
is. So, but you agree that Brazil's got, only midfield problem? Or you look at the team and you say, no,
they have an entire team problem. Who is the right back for Brazil right now? Do they make heads turn? That means they need a homegrown coach. With all due respect to Don Carlo Ancelotti, he's a very decent coach. But it's not the coach that Brazil needs. If you look at the time of Luis Felipe Scolari, they were bringing players like Fred. They were bringing players from the league in Brazil to give them time to rub shoulders with the big boys. At the end of the day, they made the team great. And of course, they had the likes of Baptiste and so on and so forth. So you don't have to look for players already playing in Europe. You can still go back to the league in Brazil, get a homegrown coach. I think Ancelotti is not the man.
Can Brazil that this Brazil that maybe not this quality of player, but I'm talking about Brazil as a nation, can they return back to where their place in football? Can they return?
It will take a whole lot of time.
What will it take?
First of all, they need to get a homegrown coach. Ancelotti is not the man. Look for another Felipe Scolari to start grooming players, younger players. Give young players opportunities. Fish out the old guys. Let the old guys retire. Let the Casemiros, Fabio retire alongside Neymar. Even Gomes, maybe build the team around Gomes to at least inspire the young players. Then they can start building for the future. Start making sure that the players you want to play for Brazil at the next World Cup, start talking to them right now in terms of making sure that they pick the right club that will fit the style you want them to play eventually when they are playing the next World Cup. There was a time that Brazil was influencing the club side the players were going to play. They were not just moving to any club side. They were going to club side that will suit the pattern that makes sure Brazil enjoys themselves when they go to the World Cup. Brazil was the tiki-taka Jogo Bonito football. But we didn't see that at the last World Cup.
Jerry, it's good a thing you mentioned that. I recall Kaká said that right there in the street of, Rio de Janeiro, if you've not played for AC Milan, if you've not played for Barcelona, they will believe you've not played football anywhere in Europe. And that was more like a culture for them. Everybody wants to play for Barcelona. Everybody wants to play for AC Milan. Everybody wants to play for Real Madrid. You find the top Brazilian players playing for top club, and they are very important for this club side. But looking at what they actually took to this particular World Cup, Igor Thiago, Brentford. No disrespect for him, he did quite decent
Igor
job.
Thiago was really exposed at the World Cup. It was showing that he was not.
Richarlison.
Richarlison was not taken because he has really dropped.
No, I'm looking at the options that they have now. In front. Martinelli plays on the bench.
For Arsenal.
For Arsenal. Yes, Vinicius, decent, top player for Real Madrid. I mean, look at, you mentioned something about turning heads.
Yeah, it's the only player that turns heads. And Neymar, Vinicius and Neymar, that's all.
And Neymar is injury prone, he's old, he sits on the bench.
He's retired now. What next? That means they're going to be looking at Vinicius and Gomes.
Is there something, I mean, for Nigeria, we can actually say, okay, it's due to incompetence, it's due to nepotism, it could be this, it could be that. Is there something, that you can actually look at in Brazil and say this might actually be the main reason why Brazilian football is suffering? Because not just their male football, their female football as well. You recall the early days of the female World Cup. Brazil is right there with likes of Mata, top players coming out of that particular team. But now we look at the female football. You look at Brazil and you start looking for them. You look the likes of Germany, Canada, China, United States of America, England. You see teams, even the likes of Poland now are top teams in world football. But Brazil, yes, they still got talent, but there's something wrong with them. That fear factor is no longer there. Nobody looks at Brazil and say, okay, we're in trouble.
They're no longer catching them young. They're not giving younger players opportunities anymore. I've just talked about Hendrick. It was a thing in the Brazilian league, an opportunity for him to have made the move to a big club. He chose Real Madrid, which I felt still he didn't choose wisely. For Estevão, yes, Chelsea is a very good club, but for me, I feel Estevão should have gone to Chelsea too. He's a young player. These are the future of Brazil. They are already making mistakes in terms of club side. They are choosing to start their football careers. I would have preferred Estevão to still remain in France or make the move to in the Brazil league and make the move when the time is right. Start maybe with a smaller club in Spain, or don't even go to the Premier League. We know what Premier League does to a lot of players. You have to start small, then build your way to the top, or move to a club side where your starting shirt is guaranteed. Even Estevão, as good as he is, his position is still there's still competition for his position, even as good as he is. Take a look at Hendrick. If Hendrick had made the move to club side like, let's say, Manchester United, and he was made the team, and he was balling and scoring goals, at least that confidence going into the World Cup would have been there. But that is not the case for Brazil right now, which is really a bad situation.
Jerry, let's look at another concern like that Don Carlo Ancelotti raised. Talked about the hydration break, breaking the momentum of Brazil, and he also admitted he made an error, at that point, making changes in that time. The World Cup is gone now. I mean, Spain is, champion of the world. But Jerry, let's talk about that hydration break. How much of an effect, does that particular break? Apart from, of course, yes, it's money break, but how much of an effect did it have on the players right there on the pitch? Let's look at it from, a coaching perspective now, right? I mean, you've actually, worked with grassroots, so you know how, players actually think. How much of an effect was that particular break? Football is supposed to be played for 45 minutes at the highest level. So you now split it into 2 halves at every half. Jerry, let's talk about it. How much of an effect was that?
Each time a footballer understands there's a break, it's either when there's a foul or it's halftime. But for the first time going to the World Cup, a lot of players got used to what they've never been used to before, most especially the coaches. I'm sure even when the coaches understood that they were going to water break, most of them didn't really understand or feel psychologically how it's going to look like. So it was a new thing to most of the coaches. At the end of the day, the coaches will start thinking of tactics they will have to change. But sometimes when the game is on, 1 or 2 passes and 1 or 2 mistakes, the players go ahead to recover after 5 minutes. But when you make those mistakes and all of a sudden there's a break, the coach will be tempted to want to make changes he doesn't need to change, that he would have patiently waited to observe before making those changes. So psychologically affected some coaches who were not able to handle those breaks. And most especially big teams, where the coach understands that he has a lot of players he can actually bring from the bench, a lot of changes he can actually make. So I think I want to agree with Ancelotti. Definitely, psychologically, it affected a lot of coaches at the World Cup. And I don't know, maybe the next World Cup, there's not going to be water breaks just like this one, because I don't know the excuse FIFA is going to give us this time around. Due to the weather condition in the US, Canada, and Mexico, that was the reason why they picked the water breaks, for instance. So all of this affected the chemistry and psychology of both the coaches and the players.
Of course, let me quickly run down straight to our YouTube channel where someone, Bamidele, is actually dropping a comment saying that FIFA already won Nigeria. We never knew it will be so near as Falcon risk missing out of the next World Cup due to overconfidence of the NFF and all concerned in the team's preparation. Well, I mean, this is actually not really an NFF talk, but I actually got the drift. You recall that FIFA was actually talking about teams that that was actually missed in the last World Cup, and he warned that top teams in Africa to actually stay put and of course do the right thing. But it's unfortunate that we're actually having conversation about the NFF at this point, and of course what FIFA actually wants seems to be very close. If the Super Falcons fail to actually defeat the Zambian ladies, it's going to be a very big problem at the end of the day. But then let's go straight to the FIFA that Bamidele actually just took our minds to a conversation about what's happened after the World Cup final whistle was actually blown. Of course, we saw a very dirty, act from the Argentines, and it was quite, difficult to watch. And one of the incidents I've gone back to actually see it. It actually started when Gavi actually taunted the Alba Celeste players, and of course, it was actually quite a very terrible sight. I mean, for young players who are actually aspiring and seeing these guys as more role models, this is actually not what you want to see. And of course, to also look back, at what happened at the 2006 World Cup final exactly 20 years ago. It was also a final that ended with a lot of drama, where Zinedine Zidane actually headbutted Materazzi. But this time around, FIFA has actually opened a disciplinary proceedings against Argentina over incidents after their World Cup final loss to Spain and during the tournament. Because players that FIFA is actually charging, for misconduct are Nahuel Molina, 2 counts of alleged assault, and of course 1 count on sporting behavior. Leandro Paredes, 3 counts of alleged assault. Thiago Almada, 1 count on sporting behavior. And of course, officials also are not left out. Assistant coach Roberto Ayala, 1 count of alleged assault. And of course, Spain's Gavi, who also was also charged for sporting behavior, because I saw that footage, so I was expecting him to also be called in this particular one. Of course, FIFA has gone ahead and to actually open an investigation, and the Argentina Football Association for demonstrating a non-sporting behavior in that particular game. Of course, the team misconduct, discriminations, and of course racial abuse after that game against England, where they actually held a banner, about the Falk Island, and that banner actually reads, the Las Malvinas son Argentina. And of course, that banner, you recall after that particular game, it was a high tense game. And before that game, a lot of talk about the Falk Islands and all of that. And the penalties, that will be meted on these guys was at least 1 match ban for sporting conduct and at least 3 match ban for assault. So, Jerry, is this enough, punishment if it goes down to them being punished? 1 match ban and 3 match ban.
Yeah.
Is it going to set the right tone for such behavior not to happen again? It's not the first time. FIFA really frowns heavily against political demonstration, and that particular banner, Malvina's son, is actually a huge political demonstration.
I think it's hard time Argentina and the players learn a big lesson. Prior to the match against England, Scaloni actually made the point that they should stay away from the politics, that they should focus on the football, on the pitch. And I think the England players respected that fact and made sure they stayed professional before and after the game. Imagine it was Argentina that lost to England. It would have been a worst-case scenario. They lost to Spain, and though they don't have any political tensions before that game, look at the way they behaved. They fought the players, and Paredes almost became a style bender, and became a wrestler all of a sudden. So I think Argentina, it's hard time. Whoever is going to coach the Argentine national team going forward, there should be a code of conduct for Argentine players. Argentine players have been allowed too much room to misbehave. Case in point, I think it was at the 2006 World Cup. I saw what Ezekiel Lavezzi did to the coach. I'm trying to remember the coach right now who took them to the 2006 World Cup final.
2006?
Yes, the 2006 where they lost to Germany. Was it?
No, 2014.
2014 World Cup.
I think it was Bielsa that actually took them to that World Cup.
Bielsa?
Yeah,
Was it
Bielsa. It was Bielsa. It was Bielsa that took them to that.
And there was the thing that Ezekiel Lavezzi actually did. From then, I started studying the Argentine national team. Even back in days from 1994, they don't have respect for their opponent that much. They don't have respect even for their manager, which is the height of indiscipline in the Argentine national team is really appalling. They're supposed to be a decent side. Yes, I know I said that Argentina somehow, things always work out for them. And that is why most of the time, they get away with a lot of things. And it's high time FIFA slams the hammer on the Argentine national team. And I think it's high time. Yes, the likes of Paredes and all those players who are involved in that melee, they should all be punished. 1 match ban, yes. I think it's too small. I think they should give them as much as 10 matches.
Okay, so Bielsa was actually the one who took them to the Olympics. Leandro Sabella was the one that took them to 2014 World Cup.
Yeah.
Yes, Sabella was.
There was an incident that he was actually talking to Ezekiel Lavezzi. Lavezzi threw the water bottle at him and even threw sparks towards him, and which I felt it's like there's this thing about these Argentine players when they are the top, when they are doing well. Look at Enzo Fernandez. He's been found wanting a lot of times, and he's lucky he's playing in England. If he to be playing in other countries, I think the fans would have found an opportunity to really get at him. He should be very careful with what he did at the last World Cup. Yes, he got a red card in the final. I think being he's not contributing that much, he will put himself in a very bad light. Because let's not forget, he was also involved in a racial song some time ago.
2022, after the World Cup against France. Said their mother is Cameroon, their father is this, their father is that, their father is this.
You see, that's the thing about Argentina, which is really bad. Whether they win or lose, they will find a way to taunt their opponents. That's a sportsman like that's not how football should be. It should be utterly discouraged. And if FIFA does not lay the hammer of Argentina right now, I think most especially for that ban, I found it very, very, very wrong.
Jerry, is this 3-match ban and 1-match ban the right hammer?
It's not enough.
So what do you propose?
It should be a fine on the Argentine Football Federation. Maybe as much as whatever money FIFA is going to be getting to them, they should take 50% off of that money, and the entire players that are involved should be given as much as 10-match bans and fines as well. Then other players will learn their lesson once and for all.
I mean, it's really a very difficult incident. And Gavi also came up, to actually say that he doesn't think, before FIFA actually openly starts this particular campaign against them, Gavi came out to say he doesn't think anyone should be punished, that it's just part of the heat of the moment, because he knew he was actually the aggressor in this case.
Even if we are not the aggressor, Argentina, they're bad losers. They will find something to make them behave. See, even if somebody talks to you, it's not an excuse. Ignorance before the law is not an excuse. So they knew that what they actually did was wrong. Imagine what happened in the case of Zinedine Zidane headbutting Marco Materazzi. So tomorrow, is he going to tell us that it's because of what Materazzi said, that is why he did such? That thing he did was wrong. So Gavi is saying that he's just saying that maybe just to soften what he actually did to provoke and the likes of Paredes. But still yet, what they did was utterly wrong. And they should be punished. They should face the music.
But Jerry, you're saying now that, Gavi should not be punished.
He should as well.
What's the right punishment for Gavi?
He should get a match ban or 2.
So Gavi should be match ban or 2, but Argentina should
as much as 10, because their reaction was actually totally wrong. That's a sportsmanlike. That's the final. Everybody's watching. The whole world is watching you. You should be able to set an example at that point in time when you're on the losing side. Imagine every team that lost in all the knockout games behave the way Argentina behaves. That means we'll have since they're looking for water break, we'll have a 15 minutes for wrestling after football games where the losing side will beat up the winning side. Yes, it happens in hockey. There's always a time they reserve, and like 10 minutes when there's anger boiling points, they go into fisticuffs to at least cool down the anger. Maybe they'll introduce it in football because of Argentina.
All right, so let's move on to another very interesting conversation right there at the Anfield. Of course, it's still very much, transfer making rounds in the world of football. And this time around, we're focusing our attention, on Liverpool because one of the legends of Liverpool, talking about Jamie Carragher, who likes to really, really give, his opinion on, football matters. Of course, he's jumped on this one, warning Liverpool off the move for Paris Saint-Germain, Bradley Barcola. It says the 150 million to 170 million euro price tag brings huge pressure. Barcola plays on the same side as Rio Ngumoha, Cody Gakpo, and Florian Wirtz. Carragher, who is actually one of Liverpool's all-time, cap player, also currently have 3 players who could, play from, the left. That's exactly what he's saying. I said, no player who plays from the right. And we, Liverpool, in this sense, of course, it's huge Liverpool fan, we are actually looking for a replacement for, Mo Salah. And if you cannot actually get a Mo Salah, replacement at this point, getting a Bradley Barcola is just, an act of, putting a player under unnecessary pressure. And of course, the price tag could not yield any meaningful, results in the attack. Jerry, this is what, Jamie Carragher said about Barcola's deal. I mean, this deal has been on for a while. Liverpool has always been a front runner for this particular for a signature. And this man also wants to join Liverpool. I don't know what Gitige might have said to him, but if he joins Liverpool, he's quite a decent player. Do you agree?
He's a decent player, but it's not what actually Liverpool needs right now. If you take a look at the stats of Bradley Barcola, at the last World Cup, I think he scored 3 goals. And was it up to 3 goals? And at least 2 assists at the World Cup. Cody Gakpo got 4 goals at the World Cup and then 2 assists. You take a look at the start last season, the amount of games, about 46 games. Gakpo also scored more goals than him. So, and he's going to be playing from the left. He even scored more goals than him in the league last season. Even in Europe, the Champions League last season, Gakpo scored more goals than Bradley Barcola. So at the end of the day, I think it's all high because Bradley Barcola is playing for Paris Saint-Germain, and people are seeing him. Yes, he's a pretty decent player, but he's not the all in all.
So Jerry,
and paying such an amount for a player who is comfortable playing from the left, where he's already full, I think it doesn't make any sense. The same mistake they made with Isak. They already signed Ekitike.
Exactly where I was
headed. Went to sign Isak. They are also making the same mistake again in this transfer window.
Wait. Let's look at this, right? Isak is out. I don't think, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think Liverpool is going to ever enjoy, Isak. I don't think so, right? This is me saying it. I believe he's out of steam. It's just what happened to Fernando Torres when he left for Liverpool to Chelsea. These things happen to some players. They go to another club and they lose their steam, right? So, hypothetically, let's say, this guy fails to regain his form. That means he's out. Who's going to be Liverpool's first choice attack?
It's going to be Ekitike.
Right, which means Ekitike on that particular side. And then there's a Bradley Barcola. And don't forget that Cody Gakpo can also play on the right.
But he's not comfortable on the right. He's more comfortable either as a first line or playing from the left. That's where he has been playing this season. And Rio Ngumoha, I think I saw the game against
But Bradley Barcola can actually give you something decent on the right as well.
He can give you just something decent, but that's not as comfortable. According to the information...
But if Andoni Raiola decides to actually play, one-man attack and then play...
According to the information I have, they've spoken to Bradley Barcola about moving to Liverpool, where he's going to play. They've told him actually they know he's very comfortable playing from the left, but he will have to play from the right this season. And next season, they will sign a suitable right winger. So what does that say?
So
misplaced priority. And I've heard they want to go for Ryan, but Bournemouth is saying they want as much as £100 million for Ryan, which I feel is unrealistic. His contract is going to be expiring in 2027, and they decide they want to wait. So why sign a Bradley Barcola? Look for a right winger for this team and cover, because now you're looking for a salary replacement. If you sign a player who's going to play a bit part role, you are just creating another situation where
what if,
we had 2 players. Okay, look at...
What if Andoni Raiola decides to play 4-4-2?
Andoni Raiola will not play 4-4-2.
He can.
If he plays a 4-4-2...
Or he decides to play, one man standing in the midfield, and then, 3, person in front of, the midfielder, and these guys would just...
If
Ekitike can play behind the striker comfortably.
If Ekitike play behind the striker, what's going to happen to Victor Munoz? There's also a Victor Munoz who also play from the left next season. He can play left or right. So there's going to be confusion.
Maybe Munoz will be the man that will play from the right.
then Gakpo Ngumoha will be sitting on the bench.
Ngumoha has
Jerry,
that's the
so you're making a mess out of the whole situation.
That is what makes a top team. Yeah. Depth. We talked about Arsenal's depth when the season started. That Arsenal is the team with the biggest depth, in Europe, and that depth came in handy, towards the running of the season. It's definitely going to help Liverpool as well. This players will pick up injuries.
This depth we are looking at might become a debt later that they will have to start paying for at the end of the season, and when the season starts.
Well, Jerry, I don't know why you're looking at it from this point. Maybe because you are actually very, you have quite interest in Liverpool. But this is me saying that I think Bradley Barcola can actually fit into this Liverpool team, and the likes of Ngumoha is still growing, so they need people who they will definitely look up to. I know people's age, like of Yama, already are key players in their team. But
Liverpool has been lucky playing young players, giving them more opportunities. It started with talk about Michael Owen. Ryan Sterling at 16 was already blowing the Premier League away at Liverpool. He should be given such opportunity. Ruben Ngumoha should be given the focal point. Yes, he should be allowed to play more games. They shouldn't sign a player that will limit him from playing more games.
Well, Jerry, I don't know why you insist that this is not it.
Barcola is not the signing Liverpool needs. I totally agree with Carragher on this one.
Well, unfortunately, this is exactly where we'll be leaving it on this episode of The Locker Room, Jerry.
It's a pleasure.
Of course, tomorrow we'll definitely be here to look at what really went down right there at the Yamoussoukro, game where, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria eventually won that game 3-0. And of course, we'll break down all of that. Jerry will be here, to take us through the road of, how the Flying Eagles actually did that. My Kaba boys finally made it to the semifinals of the Under-20, Wafu B Championship. And of course, it's one more step to the Nations Cup in 2027. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. This is exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on this episode. And of course, stay tuned for Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Environmental sanitation has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue that sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do, let them do it. So we want Lagos to clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced, while others raised concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasized the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities and communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental come back to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if the alloy stands, it will clean. If the alloy does not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Ingamala Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Many thanks for joining us on this show. Well, this evening we'll examine the latest developments shaping Nigeria's political landscape, from reported cracks within the Obiku Kwanso movement and Governor Similaye Fubara's latest political endorsements to growing legal battles over the APC senatorial primaries and a major court of appeal ruling affecting their court party. The race towards 2027 general election is already gathering momentum. Well, stay with us as we break down the headlines, explore what they mean for the country's political future, and separate the rhetoric from realities. Let's begin by bringing our guests. We have been joined virtually from Port Harcourt, Rivers State, by Mr. Asim Adams. Mr. Adams is a constitutional lawyer, but he appears in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Adams, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We do appreciate your presence, sir.
Evening, my brother, Mr. Okoro. The Nigerians, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good to have you. How is Port Harcourt? How is River State?
River State is okay, but it's raining every day, every minute of the day here.
Okay.
But we are bearing with it.
We are bearing it. That's a coastal state. It's a coastal city. And, well, it also rained in some parts of Lagos this morning. It's the rainy season we are in. Good to know that you are well and doing very well in River State. Now, let's quickly run into it. Peter Obi is reportedly unhappy over a leadership dispute within the Obi Kwanso movement. According to Ladipo Johnson, a close ally of Rabiu Kwanso, running mate to Peter Obi in the 2027 general election. Johnson described the disagreement as a temporary distraction rather than a serious threat to the movement's political ambitions. He also said that the internal conflict has diverted attention from efforts to strengthen the movement nationwide and warned against actions that could divide supporters of the proposed Obi-Kwanso alliance. He expressed confidence that the issue will be resolved before political activities for the 2027 election gather momentum. The OK movement was formed to rally support for a possible alliance between Obi and Rabiu Kwanso ahead of the 2027 presidential election. Well, despite the current tensions, its leaders insist the coalition remains united and committed to promoting political reform and building a stronger nationwide movement. Barrister Adams, how do you react to this development? Trouble in the OK movement. Is it expected? An ordinary political shifting plate or orchestrated by moles within the NDC, within the OK movement? What do you see in all of this? Briefly, your broad reaction to this development.
I think it is expected, because of the fact that it seems there is a mutual mistrust, between Obi and Kwankwaso or the supporters. If you look at how that particular movement has been, key players like Aisha, the Aisha that we know, Aisha Yusuf, who has been like a man Friday to P2B, even when Kenneth Okonkwo was with them, Aisha Yusuf is not that active in the OK movement. She's not in the picture more.
Barrister Adams, you are breaking off rapidly. I can't get to your audio again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me now?
I can hear you, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you.
What I'm saying is, Aisha Yusuf used to be a key player in the obedient movement, but it's like she's been sidelined. Because if you look at what has gone on, you have fusion of two movements. These two people who are going to fuse together as one for them to forge ahead for candidate. But right now, many of them feel sidelined. Like I mentioned, Aisha Yusuf, and people like, the young man and Mama P and the rest of them who have come to dominate the limelight. I know people like Aisha Yusuf. Aisha Yusuf is not someone that likes sharing the limelight or the headlights, with people. But you find that she has been overrun by people like, Randy Peters and the people like Mama P, INTC, who have taken up the gamut, and they are the major people, running for us, the obedient, movement, as the case may be. And whereas you also have the Kwankwasia side of it.
Barrister Adams, there's a noise. There's a noise filtering in from your background. I think you need to check your background because we have interference from your end. Let's go for a short break so that we'll let you fix that and we'll come back to you in a moment. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza.
Thanks very much for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is Political Lens on Voice of the People television. We have virtually been joined from Port Harcourt University by Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams is a constitutional lawyer. We are discussing the minor rift, according to Ladipo Johnson, within the OK movement in the NDC. And Barrister Adams is saying that, well, looks like some people like Aisha Yusuf have been sidelined and Randy Peters and Mama P are the one probably running the show. But Barrister Adams, we understand that this problem is just at the leadership level. It doesn't have anything to do with other members. Do you think that it's a problem of dominance on the part of which of this movement? This is a measure of very massive movement, the obedient movement. You saw the momentum they drove in 2027. And then maybe it's another movement. Who can see a movement, another very large movement, from in parts of the country, especially the north. Now they have merged and looks like they're having minor rift problems in trying to, put their acts together. Now, how much of this crisis can affect the mobilization efforts of the NDC ahead of 2027 general elections? Ladipo Johnson said, well, it's minor, but it's going to be dealt with, it's going to be resolved in the coming days. How much of this will affect, or do you think will affect the mobilization efforts of the NDC in the lead up to the general election? Briefly.
That if it will affect the mobilization of NDC as a political party, because let me tell you, the obedient movement is a very large movement and before now well organized. I believe that in spite of the skirmishes or whatever the leaders or the leadership of the NDC or whatever have, the obedient movement remains one united body. And I don't think they are going to shift ground. It's not going to affect the mobilization, the enthusiasm, and that particular zeal and zest that they possess for them to vote for that particular ticket between P2B and Kwankwaso, as the case may be. And also the Kwankwasia movement also, they are resolute and very rugged and dogged also that they want this particular people, that is the candidates, to win the election. So mobilization will not be a problem. Whatever the leaders are having there, I don't think it's going to affect majorly the supporters. Because the obedient movement, as you know, is a generic one. People are not even part of NDC as maybe members or card-carrying members of NDC, but their generic organization is the grassroots that are ready to vote for P2B and Kwankwaso. So not based on party line, but based on the fact that they aspire and they see these two people as those that can liberate Nigeria, not based on party line. So it's not going to affect them, essentially.
Okay, it will not affect them. But before we leave this conversation and go to River State, where you are in, now, why does it look like there's trouble always follow Peter Obi wherever he goes to? I mean, from Labour Party, when he went to Labour Party, after the elections, trouble. From there to ADC, trouble. Now, NDC. It does appear, or does it appear that some people are not comfortable with that ticket, especially the OK ticket, Obi Kwanso ticket? Does it look like some people are not comfortable with that ticket. And so wherever they go to, they seem to have trouble following them. Why would that be so?
You see, in the history of Nigeria politicking and ecosystem, a man like P2B without structure was able to garner 6-point-something votes, 6-point-something million votes. That is not easy to come by. You know, it's an upset in the political history of Nigeria. If you go you know, but Obi came into the fray without structure, but he was able to garner 6-point-something million votes without the so-called structure. So people are so scared of him that he looks like a hurricane. P2B looks like a hurricane. He looks like the Barack Obama of Nigeria. He looks like a, you know, because his song that comes from, it's an organic support. People just, you know, love him, as the case may be, not because he has spent money, but because of his integrity and, you know, the charisma he carries. You know, the Nigerians see him as a new Nigeria, the face of a new Nigeria. So when opponents of P2B, you know, see that kind of momentum this young man gathered in the 2023 elections, without structure, without, you know, spending money campaigning, and people were able to give him 6-point-something million votes, the opposition or the ruling party or whoever that is competing with him, they are bound to be scared. They are bound to be scared because this is a man who came out from the blues, and any party he goes to, he goes with that momentum and the avalanche of support and supporters, which is monumental. So this is a great one, a great you know, threat to those of them who are in opposition to his candidacy. That is why they are doing everything within and without to upstage the apple cart for him and create problems for and destabilize him, you know, so that he does not have a particular settled political mind, you know, to become settled and come out with his whatever. He's going to upstage them. So that is why they are scared of him,
okay,
as the case may be. So it's the momentum that Obi has that they are so scared. The ruling party is scared of him. The opposition party, the other party, the ADC is scared of Obi. Then you find out that even within the NDC, there are characters who are also scared of him because of his willpower, his charisma, his charm, and his, you know, integrity and simplicity, his humility. If you look at Obi, is the ideal, you know, Nigerian, you know, president that people want to get in touch with because he's not far from the people. He's so close to the people, and that's the kind of, you know, president the Nigerian people have been wishing to have in a very long time.
All right.
So they are so jealous of him. The ruling party is jealous of him. Even people within the NDC jealous of him. NDC is jealous of Obi because of that momentum. A man who didn't even, I'm not sure Obi spent up to, you know, 500 million naira, you know, to garner 6-point-something million votes. He didn't spend anything. People were even volunteering to spend money for him. Obi carries a pan-Nigerian ticket like that of the MKO Abiola. If you look at what is going on now, Muslims, Christians, even pagans, atheists, you know, northerners, you know, southerners, Nigerians all see Nigeria in a divided ethnic, religious mode. They see Obi as a Nigerian, a pan-Nigerian candidate that they want. They don't care.
Okay, all right then. All right. All right, then. Thank you very much, yes. Barrister Adams. Well, 2027 is around the corner. We just hope that Nigerians will go out there and exercise their franchise in a free, fair, and credible election. Now, let's quickly run to Rivers State, where you are, where the governor, Sim Fubara, has declared his support for the Rivers Rainbow Coalition and endorsed President Bola Tinubu as his preferred presidential candidate for the 2027 election. He also backed Kingsley Chinda for governor, urging his supporters to vote for all candidates on the coalition's platform, while stating that the era of political conflict in Rivers State is over. Well, Fubara said he's committed to preserving peace and unity in the state and rejected any actions that could create division. He also reaffirmed the state government's support for a new medical consumables factory, describing it as a major investment that will create jobs, boost industrialization, and strengthen Rivers State's economy. According to Fubara, and I quote him directly, "We have made peace in Rivers State, and I am supporting our Rainbow Coalition. President Tinubu is our president and the one we are supporting. OK Chinda is the governorship candidate I am supporting. And anybody who believes in me will support every candidate under the Rainbow Coalition." These are direct words coming from Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State. Barrister Adams, peace at last in Rivers. Is that what it is? Let us into all that you know. What's going on in Rivers State? Peace at last. Barrister Adams, can you hear me? Oh, unfortunately, we've lost connection with Barrister Adams. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back when we're able to reestablish connection with him. Please do stay with us.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Well, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. Barrister Adams, let me take that quote again, direct from Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State. He said, "We have made peace in Rivers State, and I'm supporting our Rainbow Coalition. President Tinubu is our president and the one we are supporting. OK Chinda is the governorship candidate I am supporting. And anybody who believes in me will support every candidate under the Rainbow Coalition." Direct words from Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State. And I asked you, Barrister Adams, peace at last in Rivers State? Is it what it is? Let us into everything that you know that is going on in Rivers' political landscape, considering the movement, the final movement. Is it the final? This is about the third time that we are having final peace. The final movement of the governor from his own camp to the coalition, Rainbow Coalition, and he says peace at last. What do you know? What do you see?
You see, it was Mahatma Gandhi that said that the most disadvantageous of peace is better than a just war. And I'm happy that there's relative peace returning to Rivers State. It's something that we have wished for and hoped for. And it now came, but in the most bizarre and unfair manner. Bizarre and unfair in the sense that you will find out that when the governor came and just from the blue, he said he has settled with his godfather and he has settled with his political family. And all of us were looking at him and said, oh, then why did you waste the whole of about 3 years fighting a battle you knew you were not going to win? At the end of the day, we found out that it was a script that was written or prepared by somebody somewhere, to deceive and hoodwink the people into believing that there was a genuine battle to save the soul of the state. whereas it was a script that was written by the two actors. They know exactly what they were up to. If you knew what happened, a lot of people became entangled in terms of conscience, in terms of support. Many people felt that this was a time to liberate the state, while others felt that no, this is not a time to liberate the state. And the state was hard done for, in the sense that there's no development in Rivers State, as the case may be, for the period of 3 years that this thing lasted. And at the end of the day, they are now coming together in support. Now, from what I can say is that the people who gained in this particular battle, was the president, or is the president, President Tinubu, in the sense that President Tinubu right now, knows that at least he may get Rivers State votes, as the case may be, if an incumbent governor is going to be supporting him. And yes, Wike, the FCT minister, an avowed supporter, is supporting him. So the presidency and Tinubu and Wike are the ones who have benefited, whereas the state and his people have been shortchanged, as the case may be.
Barrister Adams, when you say that for 3 years there was no development in Rivers State, how can you explain that? Because I mean, Sim Fubara is always on the news, commissioning one project, declaring one project open, like where he made this peace statement. He had gone to commission a pharmaceutical factory and all of that, and we saw him construct bridges. He said, well, it is Sim Fubara that constructed this road from Abonima to where. I can go on and on and mention them. On top of my head, I can't recall. But he was always in the news, commissioning one project and the other. And people in Rivers State applauded him. I'm surprised to hear from you that for 3 years there was no development in Rivers State. How come? How do you explain that to Nigerians that are listening?
The development, orchestrated, is what I refer to as audio development. It's a development that I call a facade, a development that was monumentally deceitful, etc., as the case may be. Let me give you instances. In the educational sector, education in Rivers State is at a comatose level. In the health sector, the state hospital is in a dilapidated and sorry state. In fact, it's like what Buhari described in 1983 or thereabout when he was taking over from Shagari, to say that our hospitals are just like mere consulting rooms. So the state hospital is nowhere. To even get quality medical care there is a problem. Many citizens cannot even rely on it. They run away from that place. Is it in terms of education? Which school did they build? We have not seen anyone that he has even developed. The health centers that Rotimi Amechi built, they are in dilapidated state right now as I speak to you. In fact, some of them are non-existent, overgrown by weeds, occupied by reptiles, as the case may be. So where is the development coming from? It's not to commission a pharmaceutical, place. If the pharmaceutical company is manufacturing drugs and people are dead before they begin to get those drugs to administer of them, what use is that pharmaceutical, whatever as case may be? The health sector is in comatose, like I said. Dilapidated hospitals are everywhere. I don't even think, apart from the major hospital they call BMH, whether we have general hospitals in Rivers State that are working. So that is number two. Number three is that what has happened to the workers, pensioners, etc., as the case may be, any payment for them? Rivers State ought to tap from what they call the blue economy, where we should be looking at Rivers State competing with Lagos in terms of beaches. Can you tell me any tourist that can say boastfully to say is coming to Rivers State this weekend to come and spend this weekend in Rivers State? I don't think anybody will do that, as the case may be. So human capital development, I want to ask the question, where is human capital development in Rivers State? The economy is in shambles. House rent is in astronomical whatever. Many people cannot feed, as the case may be. Yes, they will say it's a general malaise around Nigeria, but what has the governor ever done? I don't even know whether there's a government in existence in Rivers State, because the government house or the governance in Rivers State has been in limbo,
Okay.
as the case may be.
All right. Now, Barrister Adam, in the course of your intervention, you said something about the health centers built by Rotimi Amechi. What are the conditions of, what's the condition of those health centers? Because I do understand that, which you know, that Sim Fubara did not directly inherit Amechi's government. So is it that Wike didn't maintain those health centers, or what? Which one is it? What happened to those?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was no maintenance from the past government of Yeso Wike, and the godson continued in that perplexing level, of leaving, those health centers to rot away and allow reptiles and weed to take over the whole premises, as the case may be. In fact, some of them are being occupied by lunatics as I speak with you. In those days, we need to know that we run to those primary health centers when we have little illnesses like malaria, etc., maternal care, as the case may be. Pregnant women don't even know where to go to. They go to private clinics right now, as it used to be. Is it the schools? Even the schools built by Rotimi Amechi. I'm not trying to praise Rotimi Amechi or maybe campaign for him, no. He has his own bad side, but I'm trying to be very objective. Even the schools Rotimi Amechi built, that was a model for UNICEF all over the world, as the case may be, are in dilapidated states right now. Students cannot even go there and begin to, learn. I use very good example of the one along East-West Road around the area that is well known. If you know that particular junction, for those who are around the Rumosi area, as the case may be, there's a particular dilapidated school along that East-West Road. In fact, when you are traveling around this rainy season, it's a big lake that is occupying the premises or the compound of that school, as the case may be. So what is going on in that place? Let me tell you something. Under Rotimi Amechi also, about 1,000 or 2,000 students were sent on scholarship abroad, to go and learn and come back in Nigeria. But that particular program was, scrapped by Wike, and even, the governor right now did not able continue. So he continued from the road where the godfather, stopped, as the case may be. In Rivers State today, Port Harcourt especially, as the case, insecurity is pervading everywhere. One chance, are you telling me that there's security in Rivers State? You can't even go out. The pleasure park area in Rivers State right now, you can't even drive past there as from 6 p.m. You can't even walk past. Killings, people see one chance, people will take advantage. East-West Road, as we speak, you can't drive past or enter a taxi or a public transport from 6 p.m. If you are lucky, you just go, you get back to your place. Otherwise, you'll be, this one chance armed robbers will just pick on you. A number of incidences of that nature pervading the landscape in Rivers State, as case may be. So where is the development they are talking about? The ring road, the so-called fabled ring road. My loss of governance in Rivers State, as the case may be. There's loss of governance in Rivers State. There's no governance in Rivers State.
Unfortunately, so okay.
It's in a worse.
Barrister Adams, you have painted a very scary picture of Port Harcourt and what is going on in Rivers State. I have family, I have friends in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. When I call them, I don't get this kind of picture. I'm surprised that you are coming out like this. But the way you sound, because the flashpoints you have mentioned, these are places that I do know as well, and I'm worried, as many Nigerians are worried, and the way you are. Oh, well, let's return to the issue of declaration for the Rainbow Coalition. Now, this is not the first time that Fubara has said, well, I'm for peace. This is about the third time. The first time he went to Abuja, he came back, he recanted. The second time he went to Abuja. In fact, he went to UK to meet with the president and all of that. He came back. He's changed his words again. And so people are saying, well, he is doing this probably because he needs some kind of rapprochement, with members of the House of Assembly so that they can pass the budget for him. You know that the budget is before him, is before the House of Assembly. And for now, he doesn't even have an operational budget because the one that he had expired in June. And so that's why we hear that there's a lull in construction activities and, in fact, fiscal spending in Rivers State because there is no operational budget. And so people are saying, well, we don't know what he has up his sleeves because if he makes peace with the House of Assembly and gets the budget signed, he might turn to what he's been doing before because people cite the instance that, well, at a point he said, well, for peace to reign, I'm not going to run for a second term. But after that, people saw him go back to, peak form for APC and all of that. So in all of this, do you think that he's just trying to play along to get the budget signed or what? What do you think? What do you know?
He's not playing along. He has joined them. There is this fabled talk, if you cannot beat them, you join them. That is what he is doing. He has done effectively well. Politically, he's a weakling. If you look at his political strides, antecedent and precedent, you will know that he's a weakling. He does not have the super numerical, political energy to withstand a Yesowike, who is a salamander in Niger Delta politics, talk less of the Rivers State politics. Yesowike is a Gulentin when it comes to Rivers politics. He takes prisoners at will when you want to cross his path, as the case may be. So what has happened is that the governor has been overawed, and at the same time, he has kowtowed. He genuflected before, now he has kowtowed finally, and he has been subjugated to submission to the extent that he does not have a life of his own, politically speaking. He cannot try to say that he will go back and recant what he has said, or maybe begin to challenge the authority or the Rainbow Coalition or the family for which he belongs, because it's a ferocious, political machinery that you dare not stand in front of. If he does that, he's going to get himself mortally injured and bruised, and maybe I would like use the word now, demolished. If not demolished, so he cannot even try to go back and recount and begin to say after the budget he will not come back. No, he can't do that. Let me tell you, the House of Assembly, that he gave the budget to, at this point in time, we show no mercy upon him. If he tries to go back and renege on what he has promised, without much ado, they will impeach him, because already he has politically he has been emaciated and emasculated to the point that he's trying to breathe, his asphyxiation. When somebody's neck is being pressed and his throat is being, jammed together, he's finding it difficult to breathe. So if he tries to renege on those promises he gave on air, I am betting you that at the end of the day, he will be the most bruised governor in Nigeria between now and December. They will not have mercy upon him. They will just go and, do the right. They have been angling to do that. Even not because of the people. They have been, saying that they will impeach him. But let me tell you why it's a hopeless situation for him. The people who supported Sim Fubara before 3 years ago have left him. They are no longer with him. You have to know that. So if the people that supported him, that gave him that zest and zeal, for him to see if he can battle Yesewike, they are pulled off behind him, and they are very, very angry, waiting for him to even
all right, but
then he goes to now say, and combine with the House of Assembly, I'm telling you that he will be history.
Barrister Adams, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. I'm happy that you brought us to this point because I was meaning to ask you. I hear that in Rivers State, a certain category of people are not happy that he has gone back to the Rainbow Coalition, his original family, with the political family with Wike. Why? Because I hear that these people were exploiting the situation to enrich themselves, build houses, mansions, buy cars and all of that. And so they were benefiting from the trouble or the problem in Rivers State. And now that he has gone back, I hear that this class of people are not happy. And they are insisting that no, he shouldn't go back to that family. Otherwise, they will also cause more problems for him. Can you confirm this assertion? It's something that I heard off the cuff. Is it true? Do you have an idea?
Absolutely. You are correct, Mr. Okoro. The people who were behind him, overnight supporters, they were behind him when the crisis started initially, because of what they will gain. You remember I described them, and I still describe them as the Philistine carpetbaggers. These are opportunists, opportunistic, symptomatic psychophancy, that were his supporters. Now they were feeding on him. They were feeding on him like a tick or a leech will feed on a cow's blood and fatten itself. And if the cow should, scratch it off, it becomes very angry. So that was the situation, that was there. And they have threatened and said that, look, because you have made them, some of them who had political future, with his announcement some few weeks ago, their political future has been decimated and if not destroyed. For instance, there are young men. Look at the former speaker of the Rivers State, Oko Jumbo, people like the chief of staff, people, you have the medicine here, you have this ambassador Ihunwo. These were people who lost their political, who changed their political rudder from the success of the 2023 election. They changed their political rudder in favor of the wind from the, Sim Fubara's angle. But now Sim Fubara now threw them under the bus. And not just throwing them under the bus, these people have lost politically, they've lost ground, they have become politically emancipated and distraught, looking so lugubrious as the case may be, that they have no hope for the next 10, 15 years. Why am I saying that? Some of them would have, if Sim had held his ground, some of them would have gone back to the House of Assembly, some would have gone to House of Reps, some would have gone to House of Senate. But right now, none of them is on the list. None of them. Those main supporters of Sim Fubara, none of them is on the list.
Okay, unfortunately,
of aspirants and candidates.
Unfortunately, so Barrister Adam, yes, I do understand. Now, before we leave this conversation and get into another one, if you walk through the streets of Port Harcourt, through the streets of Rivers State, at the professional level, I mean, when you go to court, bar association meetings and all of that, when people discuss the issue of Fubara and Wike, who are they happy with? Are they happy with what Wike is doing, or do they feel sympathy for Sim Fubara? What's the general mood of the people regarding the problem that has dogged Rivers State in the past 3 years? Briefly.
With apoplectic rage and vile hatred for the two sides. The people are not happy with Yeso Wike. The people are also now not happy with Sim Fubara. In fact, they see them as the enemies of Rivers State right now. Because you see, the point is this. In fact, the people are more, aggrieved and showing some pangs and angst against a Sim Fubara for disappointing them. They call it betrayal. They call it open betrayal. I have some of my friends who soak themselves in the political atmosphere of Sim Fubara, who were like his arrowheads. But today, they hide their faces in shame because they felt that, oh, look, this is a man we gave our all to. Yes, of course, they know a Yeso Wike before that, yes. Yeso Wike is the proverbial devil that everybody out in this particular
Unfortunately, Barrister Adams' network is not friendly at all. I can barely hear you. You are breaking off rapidly. Can you hear me, sir?
I can repeat myself quickly.
Okay, briefly, so that we'll take our last conversation. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Good. You see, what I'm saying is that the people are disillusioned.
Okay.
They are disillusioned with both Wike and Sim Fubara. So with apoplectic rage, the people are not happy with the two sides. The people are feeling shortchanged, especially those who were supporting, Fubara just now. Okay. For Wike, people already know that Wike is the political devil in Rivers State. They say they call him as a devil. He's like the proverbial devil that everybody is fighting. So people already have, their perception of who Nyesom Wike is. But the man who came as a saint, as a Jesus Christ, who later left the labyrinths of the sanctuary and went back to begin to dine with the devil, is the one that will have more problems with the people as it is right now. So people are not very happy with the two sides. People feel shortchanged, and if it were to be in a ring, they bring the two of them, they will pummel the governor more than Nyesom Wike, because they really know Nyesom Wike. Yes, a bad person is this. Politically speaking, yes, we already know his antecedent and precedent. But what about this man that came in? We thought he was working for us and with us, but he has just become like a chameleon.
Okay, all right, Barrister Adams. Unfortunately, that's not it's not that nobody is going to put them inside a boxing ring, and nobody is going to pummel them. Now let's talk about APC, because APC.
It's just
I understand figuratively. I understand. Well, 8 APC senatorial aspirants have filed suits at the various federal high courts, challenging the outcome of the party's May 2026 senatorial primaries. We are still at the primaries issue. Well, the plaintiffs are Sani Abdullahi Shinkafi, Zamfara North, Bilaminiu Badadi, Gombe South, Michael Diden, Delta South, Ned Nwoko, Delta North, Giang Z, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Plateau North, Samuel Babindele Aro, Kogi West, Ayo Arishe, Ekiti North, and Hassan Hussaini Kafayos, Yobe North. Well, the lawsuits allege issues including irregularities in the primaries, wrongful declaration of winners, exclusion from the process, and unlawful disqualification. Most of the cases remain before the courts with hearings or written addresses still pending. While Ned Nwoko's challenge in Delta North has already been struck out by the Federal High Court. In a separate development, the Court of Appeal overturned a Federal High Court ruling that ordered INEC to deregister Accord Party and 4 other political parties. Well, we already know about that. Those 5 political parties have been restored, and they are going to contest the 2027 elections based on that particular judgment. Now, Barrister Adams, let's talk about the internal democracy. This is not the first time we are having this number of litigations in a primary election. Now, what's the value of the new method of either consensus or direct primaries in our electoral process?
You see, whatever method they are choosing or they chose has not been a fair one. Those two methods of choosing candidates, whether direct or indirect or consensus. In fact, consensus candidacy is even the worst, because people are being forced by the party hierarchy, to choose a candidate that the top leaders of the party want to be their candidate. So people are already being forced to do that, as the case may be. So none of all these options, none of them is good. It's just like the devil and the deep blue sea. The reason is because of the fact that internal democracy is non-existent in APC and any other political party. Maybe, I don't know APC, the NDC, the way Serake is controlling NDC, maybe they might be having an autocratic leader that is whipping them to line. So people are not talking and trying to challenge its authority. But with PDP, APC, and even ADC, as case may be, there is no internal democracy. And, the Constitution, or those who drafted our Constitution knew that, Nigerian politicians are very dangerous people, and they are zero-sum kind of players in politics. That is why they infused and inserted, Section 228 sub A and B of the 1999 Constitution, talking about internal democracy, as the case may be. Then Section 88 sub 2 was also inserted into the Electoral Act 2026, as the case may be. Creating ways for aggrieved, and distrust, members of political parties to, ventilate, by going to court to challenge the status quo or the authority in charge. So that is what is happening. But unfortunately, it has not been smooth sailing. for them in terms
It
of
has not been smooth
democracy.
sailing. Exactly.
And it's going to affect. Let me
Exactly. So that Barrister Adams, exactly. That's my next question. I would like for you to put it together with your concluding thoughts. You have already started. Now, how much of this will affect the elections? In favor of how much of this will have impact negatively, or so to say, on APC in the elections in 2027? I mean, if they have this number of litigations, people are disagreeing. You also record that about 74 members of the National Assembly didn't get to return tickets. How much of this will affect, the victory or whatever of the APC in 2027?
It's going to affect. Let me just start from Ayo Arishe. I think it's from Ondo State.
You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, sir. Barrister Adams, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Ayo Arishe is a popular politician in Ondo State. He's aggrieved. He's part of this group in Kogi State, in Kwara, in Cross River. People like Obono Obla, and the other man, Cletus Obum, etc., original founders of APC in Cross River State. They brought APC to Cross River State. These people were sidelined. Then you go to people like Ned Woko in Delta State. Ned Woko was part of those who brought APC to Delta State. Before now, APC was not known in Delta State, and he's been sidelined. So these people aggregating their support and their zest and zeal and power mongering and energies, as case may be, certainly is going to have monumental consequences, if not cataclysmic consequences, on the fortunes of APC in these particular states that I've mentioned. So if APC is having such problem, even in Lagos, I heard that they are having a imposition problem too in Lagos. And Lagos, if you lose there's going to be a problem. In River State, APC still have a problem that they have not resolved in terms of candidacy. A particular court of appeal judgment has not been overruled or maybe has not been set aside. Now, if it does happen that is invoked and resurrected before 2027, they might not even have candidates in River State to contest any position as the case may be. So
well, that would be bad news for them.
APC are hanging in the balance and tatters if cares not taken.
All right.
With these people exiting and evoking grievances of this nature.
Well, that will be bad news for the APC, and I hope they will be able to resolve all of that before 2027 general elections. Well, this will be a good place to anchor this conversation. I've been speaking with Barrister Asim Adams, constitutional lawyer, who joined us from Port Harcourt in River State. Many thanks to you. I appreciate your time, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Thank you very much, sir. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena and Ndioto. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Voptv as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Environmental sanitation has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue that sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do, let them do it. So we want Lagos to clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced. while others raise concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasize the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities, communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental fun back to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if the alloy stand, it will clean. If the alloy does not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Indamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello, Nigeria, and welcome to another exciting episode of The Issues on Voice of the People Television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we look at the renewed call for national unity as Nigeria's political leaders set aside partisan differences to honor the legacy of the country's first military head of state, Major General Johnson Aguiyi Ironsi. Also, tonight, politics heats up across party lines. The African Democratic Congress accuses the president of focusing more on the opposition than insecurity, while Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke insists his administration will not be intimidated following the arrest of his chief of staff over alleged vote buying. We would also examine the unintended consequences of South Africa's xenophobic attacks, as reports suggest the country is beginning to experience labor shortages following the departure of thousands of migrants. And finally, we would look at the controversy which had trailed the outcome of the Nigerian Bar Association presidential election, as one of the candidates challenges the results and calls for a fresh poll. Join us as we break down the fact and provide the context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello, my name is Inedo. Keep watching Voptv.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching Voptv. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching Voptv.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching Voptv and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching Voptv.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Voptv, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everybody. It's a brother Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Issues and Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Our first story tonight focuses on unity, history, and nation building. Political rivals shared one platform in Umuahia as President Bola Tinubu, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and Abia State Governor Alex Otti converged to honor Nigeria's first military head of state, Major General Johnson Aguiyi Rossi. Beyond the ceremony itself, the dominant message from all speakers was the urgent need for national unity at a time of deep political divisions, economic challenges, and persistent insecurity. President Tinubu, represented by the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, urged Nigerians to embrace peace and national cohesion, stressing that the country's diversity should remain a source of strength rather than division. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo echoed similar sentiments, calling on leaders to rise above ethnic and political interest in pursuit of national development. Governor Alex Oti described the event as an opportunity for reflection and reconciliation, saying history should unite rather than divide Nigerians. The ceremony also revives conversations about how Nigeria remembers its historical figures, particularly those whose legacies remain subject of different interpretations across regions. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mayor John Echefo. He is a political analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Good evening, Nigerians.
Good evening. Also, we have joining us virtually, we have Comrade Bobby Obayuwana. He is a public affairs analyst and also a political commentator. Glad to have you join us, Bobby.
Thank you very much for having me. Good evening, Nigerians.
Good evening. Let me start with you, Bobby. Really, let me start with you. National unity was the central message at the Agui-Iransi Memorial. But I want to ask you, really, from your own take, Nigeria as a whole, are we really united in all the sense of that word, unity?
Judging from the empirical realities that we face as a people and as a nation, and judging from the existential harsh conditions that we have been subjected to as a result of the controversial leadership we find ourselves under, we cannot really say that we are united as a people. In the situation where our politics is subjected to ethnic profiling, is subjected to religious bigotry, people are now using extremism as propaganda tools to champion their political interests at the detriment of the majority of Nigerians, cannot really reflect the concept of unity that these politicians preached during the Agui-Ironsi's memorial. So currently what we face in this country is that we have fragmented unity revolving around ethnicity, religious bigotry, fanaticism, and political rhetorics that do not reflect the collective dreams, yearnings, and aspirations of Nigerians across the 36 states, across the 774 local governments of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I cannot really say that we are fully united as a people, but there are ongoing efforts to preach the gospel, the democratic gospel of unity that will help to bind and bound Nigerians under the umbrella of national integration that is supposed to be the essence of our nascent baby democracy just now. So Nigerians are trying as much as possible to self-motivate themselves to be united with one another. And I'm thanking God that we have a platform like this where we can begin to discuss the issues of our national integration and political patrimony. Our national identity should not be questioned, and the Nigerianness in each and every Nigerian should be reflective of unity, peace, progress, and security of the lives and property of all Nigerians, most importantly. That is the unity, that is the reality, and that is the sanity that Nigerians want to be part of.
Okay, so if I can hear you correctly, yes, there is actually what is supposed to be the ideal thing, but we have a reality which is far from the ideal thing. That is what you're trying to say. But I'll come back to you. Let me hear from our guest in the studio. And Mayor, I am going to also ask you the same thing. You know, when you hear the rhetoric of national unity, many Nigerians, when you look at the Igbos, they will tell you there's really, the Igbos actually have always, talked about the fact that they are being marginalized. And that has led to even the civil war. That has even led to, other things even after civil war. But when you look at it really, have there been steps? It's more than almost 50 years after the Civil War. Have there really been any steps really that have actually tried to help us get this national unity that every leader seems to talk about?
You see, it's quite appalling today that people, the leaders who are preaching national unity, is the worst. President Tinubu have divided Nigeria more than any president so far. If somebody like President Obasanjo is saying something like, you see what Obasanjo did when Obasanjo was the president? He made sure that the whole tribe, the whole region is well represented in the administration. President Tinubu, check his appointments. Does that show that he's preaching for national unity? I'm asking you. What President Tinubu, in fact, after 2023 elections, Igbos that have buildings in Lagos, they put their buildings down because of they voted for Peter. President Tinubu, who still P2B's mandate in 2023 because he's not win election in 2023. P2B was the one who won election in 2023 because he's an Igbo man. He ganged up with likes of Erufai and the rest of them to deny P2B the presidency in 2023. So what does that tell you? How can people who is dividing Nigeria coming up to preach unity? They say they are trying to deceive themselves. They cannot deceive us again. If they really want unity, the Hausas are taking their share in the presidency. The Yorubas are taking their shares in the presidency from President Obasanjo. Why can't them allow the Igbo to take their own share in the presidency? And you see, the man that the Igbos presented to them, P2B, is the man that well accepted across borders. You know what they are coming there to talk nonsense. Because these people are deceivers. They will tell you another thing in the morning, they will do another thing in the evening. So what are you telling me? What are you trying to explain to me? They are deceivers. We have known them. President Tinubu cannot tell you truth. There's no truth in his mouth. He's sending the Abusa to come there. Hey, I don't think they are talking is Nyanyampo. Because these people, tomorrow morning, you see them doing a different thing. If it's President Obasanjo that's saying this thing, I can look at him and say, when this man was the president, he showed standard in national unity. It was President Obasanjo that produced Soludo as governor of Central Bank. Obieze Kwesili, Dora Akunyili. Today, check President Tinubu's cabinet. Check the service chiefs. How many do the Igbos have any service chief? Even an Igbo man who got to the stage, the level of becoming the IG, which is Frank Mba, was denied that position because he's an Igbo man. So what are you telling me? And they are not ready to correct it. There are some things we don't do politics on. When you come to national unity, we must take it more serious. Nnamdi Kanu is in prison today because he's an Igbo man. So the Igbo is going around talking, doing everything because he's a Yoruba man. So what are you trying to tell me? We don't take them serious anyway. If they really want Nigeria to be united, we would have seen what they would do. They are not serious. And we have known them by their characters.
Talked about, one of the things you mentioned the fact that for national unity to really, if we really want to work in national unity as this call is being made, that there's a need for, even in offices.
Do you know that they have done worse than the things that caused the Civil War? They have done, an Igbo man will win primary election in Lagos and they will deny him the ticket. Not only one party, different parties, because he's an Igbo man. So what are you talking about national unity? What are they uniting? These people are liars. There are no truth. It's only President Obasanjo that I can say of the truth. When he was the president, he made an effort for national unity.
Comrade Bobby, you know, when you listen to what the mayor is saying here, I would like your own reaction. Yes, I know that you said earlier that it looks like our reality is far from the national unity that is being preached here, and you know we get to hear all the leaders talk about national unity. But when you listen to what the mayor is saying, do you really think that the Igbos, like the Igbos have always said, would you really say that the Igbos are marginalized in this country?
Of course, yes. The Igbos have been consistently marginalized for decades. On the scale of 1 to 10, I can tell you for free that 8 will agree in every average 10 Nigerians that the Igbos have been marginalized. On a ratio of 1 to 100 or on a percentage of 1 to 100, I can tell you for free that 80% of Nigerians would agree that the Igbos have been marginalized. If you want to talk about national unity, democratic tenets, and balance, cosmic balance in terms of political contestations and in terms of leadership that should cut across the 6 geopolitical zones of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Since democracy 1990 date, why is it difficult for most of our national leaders and stakeholders to come to terms to the realization of the fact that the southeastern region of Nigeria is the only region that has not been given an opportunity to have presidency? Why is this issue of ethnic profiling and stereotyping of the Igbos a continuous propaganda and anthem that most of these old wagon politicians preach? Why is it that it is difficult for us to understand that the Igbos from the southeastern part of Nigeria are our brothers and sisters in Nigeria? Why is it that they are using selective justice to subjugate the Igbos to one side and promote the interests of the Yorubas and the Northerners in this government? Why is it that anytime an Igbo man wants to make a point that will lead to national unity, that will lead to the interest of Nigerians, irrespective of tribe, religions, race, or ethnicity, the Igbo man is usually relegated to the background? These are issues that threaten the cause of national unity, integration, peace, and progress of any sane democratic nation, for which the Nigerian should not be an exception to. So for me, what Mayor said in the studio is absolutely correct. There should not be any form of selective justice or marginalization of any ethnic group or tribe. Nigeria belongs to Nigerians. We should all come to terms to the realization of the fact that there should be equity, fairness, and balance in the political scheme of things. No Nigerian or ethnic group should be treated more Nigerian than or more of a relevant ethnic group than the others. That is the only way we can say that Nigerians will begin to connect their perceptions and their interests to the building and growth and sustainability of national unity. And outside all of this, what we are seeing is political leaders paying lip service to the issues that are bothering Nigerians, the issues of insecurity, the issue of an epileptic economic sector, the issue of a docile education sector, the issue of the unproductive agricultural sector. People can no longer eat again. Take-home pay can no longer take Nigerians to their respective homes. They are killing our brothers and sisters using Afrophobic and xenophobic attacks in South Africa. Yet, we have a government that is not thinking. Elections are coming. A government that is functional should be able to think of the next generation and not the next election. But we are seeing several political vindictive statements being made. Political vendetta is now the order of the day in Nigeria. And ethnic profiling has now become part of our political culture, which is a sardonic narrative in the historical annals of our nascent baby democracy that we say we copied from the British and the United States of America, that we are practicing from this part of the globe. So putting all these variables together, you will discover that Nigeria practices unity in theory, but divisiveness in practical. And it is as a result of the failure of leadership, the failure of the political class. The government of the day, for instance, has failed Nigerians woefully. We must learn to speak truth to power and say the truth the way it is and not to be at all times. You know, so when they are using memorial events like this to preach the concept of unity, when they know that they themselves have not been able to make concerted efforts to unite this country together, it borders on the issue of credibility and transparency in government. And it also shows that most of all these politicians, they don't have integrity. They only pay lip service to the issues. Don't have anything to offer Nigerians. Are they not too old to be talking on? Is it not that we are supposed to be considering unity as a concept? Are we not supposed to be thinking of development? The only way you can talk about unity is when Nigerians are happy with the government of the day. If you do a survey, you will discover that majority of Nigerians are disconnected, disenchanted, and discouraged from the government of the day. They are tired. Empty promises, empty projects, programs, manifestos, all of which do not manifest reasonable, positive, empirical realities that Nigerians want to be part of. So whatever they are saying, for me, is cosmetic, hogwash. It does not reflect the collective yearnings, interests, dreams, and aspirations of Nigerians. And at this point in time, Nigerians should wake up from their political slumber to begin to renegotiate their identities. If this country must move forward, we must be the ones to decide the kind of leadership we want in 2027, and not an imposition from INEC, because this time around, it is going to be Nigerians versus the political class, I can assure you.
Nigerians versus the political class. Thank you very much,
thank you
for your submission there. Let me come back to you, Mayor. You know, one of the things you mentioned while you were speaking, you cited, and also Bobby as well, the fact that there's been no Igbo president, that we have never had an Igbo president from 1999 to date. But let's look at it really. Peter Obi is an Igbo person, and he has come out to run. Wouldn't you think that the Igbos should rally around them? So my question is, in all of the marginalization that you say, it looks like the Nigerians, that both of you actually said Nigerians, that Igbos have, don't you think that the Igbos are also the ones killing themselves? Because if really Igbos feel that they are being marginalized, shouldn't they, with one voice, rally around their own and ensure that their own comes out as the person, as, you know, as a candidate, or eventually comes out as a president? But you get to see different, some of these political leaders who don't even support someone like Peter Obi. At the last election, we saw the governors who did not, most of the Southeast governors did not support him. And the same thing is happening at the moment as well. Aside from that, also the case of Nnamdi Kanu, it looks like the Igbo leaders are not even saying anything about it. So is it not the Igbo that are also killing themselves?
Let me say this very, very clear. I don't bet anybody. You see, those Igbo governors, Igbo leaders that are now supporting P2B, they are psychophans. Let me use that language. They are political hallelujah boys. All they want is what enters their pocket. All of them, I don't want to start mentioning names. But they know themselves. When Obasanjo contested president in 1999, Olusolaye was there. Olusolaye was there. An Igbo man, because of the turn of the West, stepped down. So that it will be Olufalaye versus Obasanjo, Southwest versus Southwest. But today, President Tinubu is spending more money in the Southeast to destroy P2B's reputation than fighting to govern Nigeria very well. You know, the level of tribalism in this country have gone to the extent of even in churches. Go to redeem. Go and check if there is an Igbo man in the governing council of Redeem. Go to Mountain of Fire. Check if there is an Igbo man in the governing council of Mountain of Fire. You know, that's why Nnamdi Kanu said it clear before the whole world that any Igbo man that is attending any church that a Yoruba man is the GO is a foolish man, because they have taken the tribalism so far and go to those churches. The Igbos are the ones sponsoring the churches. Go and make investigation. Go and check if in Redeem, if there is an Igbo man in the governing council of Redeem. You go to Mountain of Fire and check the same thing. But go to churches that Igbos are the GOs. Like CPM. You will see Yorubas at the governing council. You will see the Hausas at the governing council. The Igbo man have always been the people trying to unite Nigeria. When Governor Hiroshi was the president, when President Hiroshi, Abi Hiroshi was the president, one of the best governors he had with him was a Yoruba man. Even when they want to kill Abi Hiroshi, he said, "You cannot kill my Oga in my president. You kill me before you kill my Oga." They killed him. He showed the good heart an Igbo man has towards his brother as a Yoruba or as an Hausa person. Tell me, if any president under this democratic dispensation, apart from Obasanjo, who are united Nigeria, the way he have done, no president. You see, since after Obasanjo and Yar'Adua and Jonathan, the whole people that took over from them, since APC took over, what they are doing is profiling of ethnicity and destroying an Igbo man. But Igbo man remain the pillar of this country. Go to commerce and trading, they are there. There is no field you will not find an Igbo man as a champion in it. That's why go to abroad, go to Europe, go to America. The Igbos are doing exploits there. Why? Because the laws there is the law that favor everybody. But in Nigeria, they are making laws against these Igbos. And you are telling me that President Tinubu went to Abia State to be preaching about national unity. He's a national destroyer. He doesn't, President Tinubu is the man destroying national unity. And you know, there's something that Kalu said before he was put in prison. He said that Tinubu will not win an election in 2023, but they are going to give it to him. Remember, he also said that Tinubu will be the last Afonja from the Yoruba, that after Tinubu presidency will destroy the Yoruba race. And that is what he's doing now. We must tell them the truth. They should allow the Igbos to breathe. They should allow the Igbos to breathe in Nigeria. If they don't want Igbos to breathe in Nigeria, they should allow them to go. Marriage is not by force. Marriage is not by force. Yes, of course. They should allow the Igbos to go. Marriage is not by force. You cannot be maltreating me and you come to an occasion, you'll be saying that unity. What unity are you preaching? Eh? What unity are you preaching? Tell the market the market that they are selling every day in Lagos. Is it not the market that Igbos are? Tell me now. Tell me every day they will go. If they did not go to Ladeko today, they will go to Trentwe. Because they want always to subdue the Igbos. After giving them 20 pounds after the Civil War. The people that gave 20 pounds, go to Onitsha, go to Anambra, go to Enugu, go to Aba. You see what is happening there. He tells you that who God has blessed, God has blessed him. The only thing you can do to him is to join him so that you partake and benefit from the blessing God has given. So don't preach national unity when you are destroying it. Don't preach national unity when they are using your position to subdue some tribes. It's a crime to tell me another thing and do another thing. And President Tinubu cannot repent. When President Tinubu was contesting for 2023, did he go to the Southeast to do campaign? Eh? I'm asking you.
It's not my place to respond to that question.
Thank you. So President Tinubu is a deceiver. And he's not deceiving the Igbos, he's deceiving himself. Because the Igbos are like children of Isaka, they study the time. They know what they're doing. Leave all those nonsense that Soludo and David Umahi is talking about P2B. Dave, check anybody that talk every wrong thing about P2B, see how God punishes them. Dave Umahi, see what he's going through now.
Linking that case to Peter Obi, to him not aligning with
Go and check the history of Peter Obi. Any man that raise one hand against Peter Obi, 2 hands, 3 hands will raise against him. Go and check now.
Okay. Let me go back to Bobby. Bobby, let's before we move away from this conversation, really beyond symbolic speeches like we've heard from our leaders, what practical steps for you can genuinely strengthen unity in Nigeria today?
The number one practical step is security for all lives and property, irrespective of their religion, tribe, or race. There should be adequate functional security of our communities, our villages, our towns, our churches, our mosques, our markets, our schools, our business premises, our education centers, and all the nooks and crannies that make up the length and breadth of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That is the only way we can believe in the gospel of unity that these politicians are preaching that Nigerians cannot see the truth from. 1. 2, there should be transparency in the political dynamics and power sharing formula of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If it is the turn of the Igbos to be president, let them be president. If it is the turn of the Yorubas to be president, let them be president. If it is the turn of the Hausas that Fulani to be president, let them be president. There should be equity, fairness, and balance in our revenue allocation formula to the 36 states. There should not be selective justice, where we now have a situation where the budgets of the leaders from the ruling party will now be bigger than those from the opposition parties, where the senators from the opposition parties cannot be able to speak simply because we have a Senator Godswill Akpabio that does not want anybody to speak except the person is speaking in favor of him and his Abuja landlord. Where we need a system that can guarantee unity, where we can have free, fair, and credible elections. And going into 2027, especially in January 16th, 2027, the day and the year of our Lord, where with the collective interests, dreams, and aspirations can be a reflection of the outcome of the elections, where the outcome of the election will not be likely to that of what we saw in 2023, where the mandate of majority of Nigerians was stolen in broad daylight, when our democracy was gangrened, when the interest of the people was subjugated and relegated to the background, at the detriment of the principles of justice, equity, fairness, balance, and all the Puritan values that go with the tenets of democracy. We need to have a united country where I can leave the comfort of my home in Benin City and go to Medugu in Meduguri, where I can leave the comfort of my home in Benin City and be able to connect with the Pawantepa from Umuleri in the southeast, where I can leave the comfort of my city in Benin, where the king is truly king, and go to Ogbomoso, the farmers in Ogbomoso, and not be kidnapped, where our children will not be kidnapped from schools, where our religious leaders will begin to speak truth to power, and not those who campaigned against Goodluck Jonathan in 2014 but cannot be able to say anything today because they have received their Ghana must go bags, and they are now part of the stomach infrastructure that is destroying and destabilizing the peace, security, and unity of Nigerians. Where we can have a functional system where I can go to Jos and not be threatened with kidnapping, where I can go to Nasarawa Kwara and not be threatened with issues of banditry or terrorism, where Nigerians can begin to have 3 square meals in their own country, where the resources of Nigerians can be utilized effectively and judiciously for the collective good of all Nigerians, where we will not be having politicians buy private jets, fly to different parts of to other Western countries to loot, to take our resources. They loot our resources, go there and begin to enjoy with their family and friends. A situation where an average Nigerian can be able to go to school. A situation where our youth will graduate from the university and they will be able to get jobs. A situation where the market woman in all markets in Agbajo can be able to what? Live the comfort of their market without being threatened by insecurity. That is the unity that Nigerians want to be part of. That is the reality that Nigerians want to be part of. That is the sanity that can restore the hope, not the renewed shege agenda that they used to deceive Nigerians. Because Nigerians are no longer the way they used to be. Nigerians are tired of this government. Nigerians are tired of bad leadership. Nigerians are tired of political excuses. Nigerians are tired of lies and deceit from all these politicians that do not know themselves. They may think that they have money, but most times research has shown, posterity has shown, and karma have shown that they will not be able to eat 1/3 of these billions, trillions, and different humongous resources that they will.
Okay, comrade, let me come in here.
Belongs to Nigerians, and Nigerians should not be treated as second-class citizens in their country.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Nigerians should not be treated as second-hand citizens, rather, in their own country. Thank you for all you've reeled out. Before we move on, Mayor, I don't know if you want to speak to this before we move on to our next conversation. Okay, let's move on to our next.
Before we move on, we want a national unity. President Tinubu has to come out and apologize to Nigerians and apologize to P2B that he won 2023 election, but he still it. So at least let us start from there. Do you understand?
But that is a very
yes. If you said you want a national, at least we must have a national healing. Let me tell you, if there is no equity and justice and fairness, there is no peace. Do you understand? So President Tinubu did not win 2023 election, and we know how him and the INEC chairman with their group steal it. So they have to first of all come and do restitution and ask for forgiveness. Who forgive them? We cannot take them, we cannot go back, but let him open his mouth and say it. Then and promise Nigerians that 2023, 2027 election, Nigerians will move forward by giving us free and fair election.
Be a far cry because the president has never admitted to stealing the
repentance comes from the heart. Listen, repentance comes from the heart. So if the president is genuinely talking about national unity, he should have repentance from his heart. You don't just come to television and go to Abia State and after perambulating and you drink wine and you now tell us one story and go. Nigerians have gone beyond that.
Okay, let's move on, Mayor. Nigeria's political temperature continues to rise. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has criticized President Bola Tinubu, arguing that Nigerians elected him primarily to tackle insecurity rather than engage in political battles with opposition parties. In a statement issued on Wednesday by Bolaji Abdullahi, its National Publicity Secretary, the party criticized Tinubu's recent declaration that he was prepared to fight to the finish politically, saying the president should rather reflect on his administration's security record. The party says terrorism, banditry, and violent crimes remain the country's most pressing concerns and should receive the administration's full attention. Let me come to you, Bobby. Well, what the ADC is saying that the president should focus on fighting insecurity rather than the next election. Do you align with this, really?
Of course, yes. He should focus on issues that border some affairs that should be of the benefit of all Nigerians. I'm not saying that he wants to fight to finish politically. If President Tinubu wants to fight terrorists, bandits, and all hoodlums to finish, Nigerians will be happy. Not you saying that you want to start fighting your political adversaries to finish. That is not the reason he was elected as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He was elected to protect the lives and property of Nigerians. He was elected to give Nigerians the best of dividends of democracy. He was elected to give Nigerians security, economic productivity. He was elected to give Nigerians succor in their own nation. He was elected to actively, proactively, and productively preside over the political, administrative, economic affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So that statement is very unpresidential. That statement is politically irrelevant to Nigerians. What Nigerians want to know is a president that can be able to safeguard them. We are seeing what Donald Trump is doing in the US, protecting the lives and property of the good people of the United States of America. We are seeing what Ibrahim Traore is doing in Burkina Faso, protecting the lives and property of his people. But look at what we are seeing from our president. Our president cannot even guarantee security of our people. Yet they keep reading out political statements that are not in tune and in line with the realities and the existential truths that Nigerians want to connect themselves with. This man needs to understand that Nigerians are not fools. Nigerians can be every other thing in this world, but Nigerians are not morons. Nigerians can be patient. Nigerians can be tolerant. Nigerians can be perseverant. Nigerians can be quiet. Nigerians can be very, 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 very understanding. But that doesn't invariably mean that Nigerians are now morons. So he should stop talking to Nigerians as if he's talking to small children. Nigerians are the most intelligent set of people that humanity has ever produced. That is why in every country in this world, you must find a Nigerian. So that statement from the president is irrelevant. We don't want to be part of it. We need functional leadership in Nigeria. Not because those one way they tell us. Nigerians are tired of all those political statements. This is not a time for political vendetta. This is not a time for political antagonism of the opposition. We don't need a politician. We don't need a politician to fight political battles or mania from Aso Rock. We need a politician and a leader that can fight the issues of insecurity, that can guarantee the security and safety of Nigerians. And that is what we need. Any other thing, we don't want to be part of it.
Okay, we need a leader that can fight, that can actually fight the insecurity that we are facing in the country. Thank you, comrade. Thank you very much. Mayor, let's have your take in 1 minute, please, on this particular statement by the ADC.
This issue is not an issue of 1 minute. This is a
We're
serious
almost
one.
out of time.
This is a serious one. Number one, ADC make mistake by saying that Nigerians elected President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. No. Nigerians elected P2B as their president. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and El-Rufai and co, they still the mandate. Listen, let me tell you. And because they still the mandate, they declare war on Nigerians. From the day they swear President Tinubu in as the president, that day he declared war on Nigerians. He removed subsidy. People that went to that ceremony, when they were coming out from the ceremony, the price of fuel have risen to almost 30%. And since the President Tinubu become president, you see the level of hardship. Tell me one thing to remember about this president, that fraud did not attached to it. Coastal Road, there is fraud attached to it. Insecurity. You see what happened in Borno? 5.5 billion. The terrorists said what they gave them was 1.9 billion. You see the one with the chief of staff. And other ones are coming up. I've never seen it like this before. The level of fraud. They want to fraud Nigeria to nothing because they did not win the election. and they were interested in the next election. You know, it's quite appalling. I don't know. But in 2027, as my brother have said, it will be at our lost year. That will be between Nigerians and these Hallelujah boys with their president. Nigerians will decide. And 2027 will decide if Nigeria will continue or Nigeria will
Definitely,
divide.
Nigeria would continue. And
No. If what they did in 2023, if they tried it in 2027, Nigeria will, that place, they will see what I've never seen before.
Okay, thank you very much. This is where we have to draw the curtains. Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your submission there. Like you said, Nigerians will decide in 2027 or who their president is, and that's just less than or 6 months away, really. And we wait and see how that will pan out. Thank you as well, comrade, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have for today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Voptv. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Voptv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voptv.
Welcome aboard hashtag on VOPTV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. And today, if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us, because it's a whole team working together to ensure that this is a flawless production. I was just going to introduce my guest to you straight up, but I remembered that I needed to welcome the first timers. That said, let's get the show on the road. We begin with hashtag indefinite strike. This is breaking news. Resident doctors, in fact, the Association of Resident Doctors, Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has declared an indefinite strike starting from the 10th of August this year. That's next month, so not very far from now. And they're saying because the federal government has breached an agreement it entered into with the association. So many things that in fact, they're just saying federal government failed to fulfill promises. None other than a former NME chairman, Lagos chapter. In fact, I should say the immediate past NMA chairman, Lagos chapter, is joining me right now to give us, the inside gist to this breaking story. He is none other than Dr. Sahid Babajide. Doctor, this is such a pleasure. It's such a pleasure, actually, to have you. Thank you so much for coming.
Good evening, Vivian. Good evening, the viewer. Good evening, Nigeria.
Welcome, Doctor. I mean, the last time you and I spoke on this show, that was like 2 months ago. You were still the chairman of the NMA in Lagos, but you have handed over. That's going to be our last topic of discussion. So I'll say congratulations, for starters, for a successful handing over to your successor, Doctor.
Thank you very much. At least for the past 2 years or months, I've been the chairman of NMA Lagos, and there are a lot of things to do, which I try my possible to do, and there's still a lot to be done, and which will be done by the next executive.
All right.
Led by the Professor Kendo Kwadi.
All right. Doctor, we will come to that topic. It's going to be our last topic of discussion. We'll talk about your succession plan and all of that. But let's begin with the breaking news. The resident doctors, or should I say the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, has declared an indefinite strike starting the 10th of August. In fact, I have a script, or I have a post. Let's take a look at the post now. This is Nigerian Stories, and it says, the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has declared an indefinite nationwide industrial action from August 10, 2026, over the federal government's failure to implement agreements reached with the association and address lingering welfare and workplace concerns. Doctor, let's talk about this.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science, is it? How come the federal government can't reach an agreement with the NARD? What exactly is going on?
It's unfortunate that the government at all levels, from the federal, state, and local government, they are used to this issue of not fulfilling agreement with unions. And I've not seen, even from military down to the civilian, they're all the same. If you cannot do something, tell them you cannot do it. Don't promise what you don't want to, you cannot be able to do. You just promise and you think that let me just tell them something. After telling the union something, the strike will be suspended. After that, without to get them in the office, it will be difficult pursuing them. It doesn't speak well of government. And that's why people lost trust in government. And if government said they want to do this, let people know that they will do it. If the government said they will not do this, let people know they cannot do it. That's why people don't trust government. In the sense that if government said you today is morning, just look at your window. If it's really morning or afternoon, in the night, it's unfortunate. The government has lost the trust of the citizens, even especially from the union. Because there's agreement by the federal government under the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, and the minister in charge, Professor Pate, agreed that the increment in the salary or professional allowance should be implemented fully. The issue of house officer, it's unfortunate that the house officer will be doing the asthmacy program. They'll be working without salary. Even when they get the salary, it is sometimes they may not even get for 2 months. And this legal crisis is going on. And when we ask MDC that they have done their own, the second thing is that you should go to the IPI or the Minister of Finance that have problem. Somebody that is doing work doesn't concern him. As a doctor, you don't even need to be looking for your salary. You should just be getting the alert. It's not your ethic to be looking at if one person is paying or not. It's wrong. Now, the other issue is the agreement of arrears pay to medical officer, which they have not even done till today. And the agreement should be paid. And even the one that even people should not even thinking about, a part of this strike, is which Lagos, the NMA Lagos, when I was the chairman, started in 2025. And this issue has been there for more than 5 years. Issue of loot, in which doctor on call duty are not being given food. Okay. Just a little bit of food, CMD cannot do that. Those are the things people are asking for.
Well, doctor, just hold on, because I have the hashtag Luth. That's a totally different hashtag on its own. Thank you so much for your robust response. But I'd like to take you back to X now so you see how netizens are reacting to this breaking news that hospitals are going to be shutting down because resident doctors are going to be going on strike. There are responses. Let's take a look at the first one. This one is coming from Aminu Bello. Aminu Bello says that if that hospital in France that Tinubu is patronizing is not on strike, they will just continue to put Nigerian patients in difficulty and their demands will not be taken seriously. I'm wondering which hospital Aminu Bello is talking about. I have no idea. Maybe because the president, would like to, because he visits France over and over again. But Country Not Nation says, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Our politicians treasure hospitals in abroad and care less about the conditions of hospitals, doctors, and nurses, etc. in Nigeria. And then Country Not Nation goes on to say, sadly, there's no money to loot from to pay the doctors well or to increase their working conditions. And he goes on to say that the politicians are all focused, or they are rather focused on massive capital projects, in bracket, road construction. Mubarak Usman says, does this ever solve anything? He's asking, Mubarak Usman is asking on X if the strike action ever solves anything. In a short while, I'm going to be asking you that question, Doctor. But there's one more response now. Let's take a look at that before we go back to Dr. Babajide. Let's take a look at the next one. Well, Akidolu, and he says, and the presidency is still busy encouraging them, that will be doctors, to come back to Nigeria. Now, Doctor, you see, these are responses from Nigerians on social media. One of them asked if going on strike will solve any problem. And the last person, Emmanuel, is saying they can't take care of the doctors in Nigeria and they're asking those abroad or those in diaspora to come back. Would you just address these twin topics before we move on to #Loot?
Yeah, the first one is this. Will the strike make any effect? Strike only make effect. The threat of strike is more powerful than the strike itself. That's what the government should do. The government should not even allow the strike to go. It's a threat of strike should be more powerful than strike. By the time you have strike, damage has been done. In the time, why the damage has been done is that patient will die, Nigeria will die. Unfortunately, in this country, we don't do what they call auditing. If you do what is called auditing, majority of the minister of health will have been prosecuted. They will have been sacked immediately. The commissioner of them will have been sacked, the PM, permanent second of them, if you are really doing auditing. Because if one or two patients, like if there is a query malpracticing or maltreatment by a doctor, medical neglect by doctor, they go to MMDCN and the regulator will do the regulate it because our government are not being regulated by anybody. Going on strike is a failure on any government. It's a total failure on the minister. It's a total failure on the commissioner or anybody at the PS. If you allow strike to come, then some people should be sacked. It's a truth. The first you should do is to prevent that. Because if people are being punished and questions are being asked, no minister will allow this type of thing to occur. Because in this country, people go away because people are dying. We cannot bring it back. If your responsibility, our own responsibility as doctor, is to take care of Nigeria. That's our own responsibility. To take care of person that comes to me, not all the Nigeria as a doctor. But responsibility of the president, of the minister, is to take care of the good health of the citizen. Any citizen that does not get any benefit or die from this, government should be blamed. Those in government should be prosecuted. Those in government should be punished for it. Either sack, either take a lot. If those things is being done, people will see that no effect of strike.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, because you're saying if those in authority do not do their job well, they should step aside or they should be sacked. Are you saying that the current health minister, Dr. Pate, are you saying he should resign or he should be sacked? Is that what you're saying? Also,
no, me have said it. Me have said it before.
Mm-hmm.
Me have said it before. The minister failed from the beginning, from the day till today. Minister only interested in research. Only interested in research team. International, you know, he really interested in the health system. When NAD went on strike the other time, he refused to sit there until the presidency had to come in. Let's ask ourselves, what has minister done? Within the time we have been, how many strikes have happened? 2, how many hospitals have been only going oncology or all these things? It's good. The research is good. But the first thing is service. Service, training, research. Leaving service, leaving training of doctor and going to research is the least. But government, the minister only interested in research and only interested in the international partner. How many hospitals have you seen the minister of? There's a problem in Lut. When life was it being in Lut? When life was it being in Abuja? It shows that he's not interested. He should sit down and go into politics. Health system. Any government that is serious to be a technocrat that deal with such sector that from like now I want to ask you a question. Have you ever seen any Attorney General or Minister of Justice from outside the country that were brought from outside the country? It's only health. You see people being brought from outside the country. I don't have a problem with that. But do they know the problem of local thing that's affecting us? You bring people from outside the country. What did they do? Little, because they don't understand the system. The minister should sit tight and do the right job. He should leave it for the people that can be able to do it. That is the truth.
Okay, so Doctor,
I'm a very plain person.
But Dr. Babajide, what I hear you say is that because Dr. Pate has not really been in Nigeria because he was really brought outside the country to come manage health affairs, that he doesn't really understand how things are bad. He doesn't understand local problems in Nigeria. It's what I hear you say.
Yes. But he doesn't understand the local government. That's the truth. Okay. He doesn't understand the local problem. As a minister, I expected him at least to visit before the 10 or to treat about 10 or 12 hospitals unknowingly to the management. Just go down and see what is happening by himself. Not people be telling him. And not that if you stay in Nigeria more than abroad.
So you're saying that he's always traveling abroad and he's not always in Nigeria. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't know. No, I'm not saying he said that. If he say Nigeria, how many are with the hospital? How many hospitals have he visited?
Okay, so
how many of you have visited?
Let me ask you.
Is he only sitting down? And the thing is that let's say that I said the truth. The truth is that now they have gone on strike how many times? Any matter to go on strike because if not for the former president, any would have gone on strike. And we are still talking about the same issue. As officer having the same problem every day, every time. People are not you make an agreement with people, you are not doing it. What are we talking about? Who is responsible? There are 2 people responsible for it, the minister and the president. If there's a failure, the 2 are responsible. They tell about the truth. It's not the doctor. The function of doctor or health worker is to provide these services. And what the government should do, make the enabling environment for them to do their job. If a hungry person, an angry person is mentally derailed, mentally unstable, how do you want somebody that is hungry, that doesn't have money to work?
It's almost impossible, really. I can tell you that.
It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth.
So I want to take you back.
Another thing, they don't care because majority of them are not using this hospital. That's why, unfortunately, we don't have people in the House of Assembly, National Assembly. If people in the National Assembly are really sincere, they to promulgate a law that says that you cannot go if you are a politician to be part of things that if you are a politician or in any political position, you must get health services in this country.
Mm-hmm.
If they find out you are going, the only people that can tell you to go outside the country is the doctor. You cannot go outside the country without having the permission or the medical report of the doctor. Go outside the country for any treatment, you should come back and face the music. All this has to stop. That's the truth.
Wow, that's a robust answer, Doctor. Thank you so much. But in your summation earlier on, you said the current health minister is only concerned about research, and nothing else. But this is not to downplay the role of research in healthcare in Nigeria. But you're saying that he is not doing enough and that he must widen his lens and his scope. Is what I hear you say, doctor, right?
That one. So I said research is very good. Before research, you must give service.
Mm-hmm.
When you are giving service, you must give service to the people that need the service. Service is not one.
Are you there, doctor?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, please go ahead. We are wrapping up this hashtag now. We are wrapping it up. You said service is key, is what you're saying.
Is the major thing you have to give to the people. After that, after you are giving the service to the people, the second one is training. You have to train the people that are giving the service every day, retraining and training. And now, how to get that service done? You now go into research and see the new thing being done. Those are the things of research we give you. But if you are going to research, you are not we go to after you have gotten the outcome of research, we go to give that service to when they are already dead. You must give service to people. Two, the people that want it to even provide it, you are not training them. What is the rest of the research? The most important thing, give service. Then those who are giving the service to people get training and retraining, and you continue research. That was research is good, but it's health management, health system is a complex of many things, not only one thing.
True. Very well said, doctor. I hear you. In fact, you've just made recommendations. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you to make recommendations, but you already made them. And you said that the federal government and the health minister should ensure that this strike does not happen. Because in your words, the threat of a strike is more dangerous than the strike itself. Now, let's move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Luz. In fact, the resident doctors in Luz, it's not even, they are not threatening any strike action. They are already striking because they say that there's been delays in processing their salaries. They are not being fed well. Also, there have been shortage of accommodation. I mean, this thing started when you were still a chairman of the NMA in Lagos State. So walk us down through the crisis in Luz as we speak regarding the resident doctors on strike.
Yeah, the thing is that it's unfortunate that we have a CMD, Professor Adeyemo, that I don't know the word I'm going to use. Stubborn, irrational. He said it's stubborn. I don't want to use certain words. Stubborn. I feel is arrogant. I feel that it's above the law. It's above everybody. He was a resident. He was as officer before. He was a resident before. When Corfu was given during his own time. Now, simple Corfu to give somebody on call, is that a problem?
Call food, you mean?
Not saying that call.
You mean the meal? Yeah, the meal they give to those on duty. Okay.
Yeah, those on call, not everybody. Those on call that we do from the evening to the next day. You cannot give them food. You are telling them you want to construct a restaurant, and they will be paying in subsidized. What do you mean by subsidized? When you are a resident, when you are a doctor, when you are a junior doctor, did they subsidize for you? Now, and this thing I be there, it started from the former CMD, but he was the assistant to him. He now continue that slavery type of policy. And when I became the chairman, I went to him, I said, sir, let's change, because doctor, and again, you are exposing doctor to danger. They can leave patient and go outside the loot and go and looking for food. And they have the right. We go to suffer. It's not the patient that are going to suffer. If I'm doing call, I should not be, because food to be given to me at any point in time when I'm tired. Not that I have to be sourcing for food by myself. You know, I told him, he said no, he's not going to. What is only interested in power supply and project. That's it. And if you have power supply and project, those people are hungry. Are they not important than the power supply and project you are talking about? Therefore, you're only concentrated on your own glory to provide power to the what they call it, to the patient, and do more to the patient, and have less concern about the provider of that service. Now after that, he now went to be talking about me Unfortunately, the Loot ALD, the union supposed to take it up as the way I wanted to take it up. They were not doing anything because they also have been bought. But the Nana took it up the way I took it up, and Nana told them that you must take this thing up. That's why that the loot issue is part of the demand. Because as of now, CMD is not even ready. And now I'm talking about the minister.
Because I was going to ask you, Doctor, is there nobody to call the CMD to order? Really? If he's not doing the right thing, is there nobody to call him to order? If you can't talk to him, can't the president of the NMA or someone talk to him? I mean, exactly, just tell us exactly why this has become such a problem, Dr. Babajide. Oh, I understand that we have lost connection with Dr. Babajide. We'll take a short break and try to reconnect with him and be right back. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. Voptv on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney now.
Welcome back, everyone. It is my pleasure to announce to you that we have been able to reconnect with Dr. Babajide. Dr. Saheed Babajide is the immediate past chairman, Lagos State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association. And he has been telling us about the crisis rocking the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. Dr. Babajide, thank you so much for rejoining. So I would like for you to land on your thoughts before we go on. So you have described the CMD of Luz as someone who has refused to listen to reason. You said you tried to appeal to him to take care of doctors on call and give them mail, which is the right thing to do, but he's refused. He's focused on infrastructure. But you said if the people who are dishing out the services are not happy, why would you go focus on infrastructure? So I was also asking you, can nobody call the CMD to reason? Can nobody call him to order? Is there nobody to talk to him?
That what I said. Probably that what you are not getting because of the loss in the network. I said everything also boiled down to the minister.
Okay.
If the minister is serious, you cannot have some subject like the CMD creating problem. This thing has been there for more than a year. And minister are looking at how does it not get to the level of strike? Does it even make sense that doctors will go on strike, allow innocent people, vulnerable people to die because of cold food? And minister is sitting there, allow it. It has been almost more than a week. And can minister call that person to order? Can the president call the minister to order? The president, President Tinubu, the minister from your party, and CMD of Luz, they have failed completely on this issue. Because anybody that died from this, we should put it on these three people head. It's highly unfortunate. And the Minister of State for head.
So you're making it 4 people. You're saying if anybody dies, it's on the head of the president, the minister, the CMD, and the Minister of State.
Yes. No, because it doesn't make any sense. How can you be arrogant not providing food? You are now look at when you get to Luz now, you see a lot of things going on. What about people that are providing those services? Is it only about infrastructure? Is it only about like what somebody said on the hashtag that we are talking about? Because providing core food, providing salary is not a profitable thing to government, to the public order, because there's no increment in it. They're not going to get any money from it. The only ones that are profitable for them, infrastructure, road project, all this. Those are the ones that are profitable. They can get contract, they can inflate anyone to inflate. They cannot inflate salary. Give you core food. They may inflate it, but it's not be much. But therefore, they're not interested. They're interested in the big money like project. You are not saying they're not doing project. What are the people that are providing this project for? How can I be in a place? I enter a place, I see that you are bleeding this, you are bleeding that. We cannot provide food for me. Will I be happy?
No, of course not. Because you said it earlier on. You said it that a hungry man is an angry man. You said it, and it's up. Yes. Yeah. But you see, there are other things that the resident doctors in Luz are fighting for. They also say that there have been delays in processing their salaries. And it's really a painful thing when you're not paid on time. I mean, you're supposed to work for 1 month and get your salary immediately without delay. So it's one of the things they're also complaining about. They're also complaining about shortage of accommodation. Will you quickly address this before we wrap this up?
No, you see, Luz is no for that one. When Igbo other people are collecting, if you are increment in salary or anything, like skipping, like we are talking about skipping that those who have got it for a long time, those in Luz, they have not got it how many years ago? Skipping areas. When I went to the MTM, they are talking about it, they have not got it. When a lot of people have gotten it, even people have forgotten about it, people have even forgotten about the money. The Luz have not, is only one thing now. They have not given people, that was long time. The second one is that when money is being paid, Luz will be the last. When the doctor salary was stopped by this CMD, I had to fight, before the thing can be resolved and the person can get his money, it was done by NMA and not Luz. Because they don't care. Therefore, when other people are getting it, it will be delayed in Luz. Those are the problems we have in Luz. Luz is a problematic place by this CMD and the former CMD.
That's rather unfortunate.
You cannot get. That's unfortunate.
Let's also talk about the lack of accommodation. Is that also a serious problem?
Yes, you see, majority of the residents in Luz, they are living from outside. Some are living from very far away from Luz because, another thing is that, as I said, how many doctors can rent a house in Surulere, and Root is in Surulere. How many doctors? How do you have the money when people are not even giving you the money? The only way, if you see Root doctor, those doctors in Root, either they get very, very far away around Egbeda side or around outside Mushoshu, all those places, they cannot avoid Surulere. If your doctor cannot avoid Surulere, provide a decent house, because there are land in Root which they can build. Those are the things a minister should do and look into. Because it's unfortunate we have a country doesn't prioritize human resources. When you are building any hospital, the first you must also take part of it is the residents. Is the resident where those is the place where those residents or doctors will live. Even the one that is available, go there, dilapidated. If you go there, if you still inside where doctors are living, you'll be crying by yourself. Outside is dirty, inside is worse. It's unfortunate. Let the minister go to Lut and go and see it by himself, and see what the rot of where doctors are living.
Wow, doctor, this is a kind of worm you just opened. I'm telling you, this is a huge. Well, you just called the minister Baba Research, and it reminds me of what the late PMB was called, Baba Go Slow and all of that. But I'm hoping that the health minister is listening and would heed to your request and your call and come pay a visit to them, the resident doctors in Luz, so we can see exactly how this thing can be resolved. That said, let's move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag shortage of medical personnel. Now, Ogun, NARD is trending on X at the moment because of what I just said regarding the shortage of medical personnel. Let me take you straight up to X now. There's a post by Punch. We'll take a look at that. And then Dr. Babajide is going to be telling us about the shortage of medical personnel in Lagos as well. Let's take a look at that post by the Punch regarding this particular hashtag shortage of medical personnel. So this is a Punch newspapers, and it says 1,200 doctors serving 9 million residents. Well, that will be Ogu NMA lamenting, not just the NARD, the National Medical Association, right, is lamenting the shortage of doctors in Ogun State. There's another post. I want for us to take a look at the next post. Let's take a look at it. Well, Daily Trust also has a post on this, and of course, there were responses from netizens. That's it. Daily Trust says NMA, Nigerian Medical Association. One doctor attends to 7,500 residents in Ogun. So there is one response from the netizens I would like for you to take a look at, Dr. Babajide, before I have you react to this one. This is the Gap.ng, and it says one doctor to 7,500 people. This is overload, and we expect quality care. But then again, there is an ideal ratio of doctors to patients according to the WHO. Let's take a look at the next post. It's going to be showing us the WHO standard of doctors to patient ratio. I'm taking you back online now. Can we take a look at that post? This is it. The World Health Organization, WHO, does not have a single official global standard ratio of 1,600 for doctors to patients, though a general threshold of 17 doctors per 10,000 people, roughly one doctor per 588 people, is frequently cited as a target benchmark for adequate healthcare access. Now, these are the key details on workforce metrics. Global tracking. The WHO tracks medical doctor density through Global Health Observatory, measuring numbers of 10,000 population rather than fixed individual quotas. National disparities. Many developing nations experience severe shortages. For example, Nigeria's density drops to roughly 2.9 doctors per 10,000 people, an effective ratio surpassing 1 to 3,000 up to 1 to 9,000, depending on the region, falling heavily short of regional recommendations. Dr. Babajide, let's talk about this, right? The ratio of doctors to patients. You just saw what the NMA in Ogun State said. Now, let's talk about the situation in Lagos as well. There is a huge shortage. Lagos, by the way, is 2 times or so bigger than Ogun. So what's the situation regarding the doctor-to-patient scenario in Lagos?
Thank you. There are no much different generally in Nigeria, but it's worse in Lagos because of the population of people and number. You have the highest number of doctors, which is about 8. Licensed regular doctor is about 8,000 or something out of 20 or 20 million of people in Lagos. That's a huge. And even Commissioner of Health has said it. That's very huge. Even look at the one in Okose you are talking about. The shortage, even in that go far north, even worse in the far north. Down south, even worse. And if you look at the ratio, approximate ratio for WHO is 1 to 600. Approximate average ratio of Nigeria, that is, we have 55,000 licensed doctors in Nigeria out of 200 million Nigeria.
Well, let me hear you clearly.
What's the ratio of that?
Let me hear you clearly.
You have 55,000. You have 55,000 licensed doctors that have been licensed and working, that have been licensed with MDCN, out of about 200 million of Nigeria. That ratio is going to a ratio of 1 to 3.9. That ratio about the ratio is going to 3,900. That is about going to ratio 1 to 4,000 of doctor and patient ratio.
And that's very low.
It shows that, as I said, I will continue to say, our government is not serious about the Japa syndrome, about the shortage. If government is serious about the shortage, all the issues have been resolved completely. It's a two different, it's a simple thing government should do. You have said it. 1, increase remuneration according to inflation. 2, welfare package. It's a simple, if you are not saying government should give us money, get housing loan like mortgage for doctor at a lower rate. Car loan at a lower rate. Even if you get that mortgage for a doctor have a mortgage of 10 years or 15 years, where is he going? If you already tied him down. A car, you already tied him down. Even what the government should do about this increment, as you are increasing salary, and you also, Mr. President is used to taxation. It's a taxation, I can tax you to any level in there. That I've told people, policy of Tinubu is taxation. And the boy, by the time he give you, he tax you, at the end of the day, you are coming back to the same level. That's what he did. That is, me, I'm not surprised with the taxation. When you make a taxable, a taxation person, official, a minister, therefore you should know that you are going to the level of taxation. Everybody should get ready for taxation. I don't have a problem with that taxation, but what people are taxing, people should be giving a better life. Now, in order for Mr. President, is a taxable, and I said, he says, Mr. President have done it when he was the governor of Lagos State, and nobody have done it till now. Fashola, stop it. What the president did at that time is not to tax our core duty. If our core duty, which is about 40% of our salary, is not taxed, we will not be asking for frequent increment, because if our core duty is not taxed, the inflation will not affect our remuneration so much. Therefore, take home will be more appreciable. It will reduce the money or clamoring for increment in salary. It's a simple thing, government. He have done it when we was a governor. Our tax are part of income allowance that should be accepted. Is our core duty. If our core duty, it's what we did. It's what we did from now. It's not part of the normal work we are doing.
Okay. So
I mean, that I don't want to do call. Remove your core duty. People, Nigerian doctor, get to a level that you are not doing call again. Remove your core duty. Okay. I mean, you say we are not doing call again. You will call duty, no problem. We can't do our call in another place where we are going to get a better pay. That was saying that government should not get doctor to that level. What they should do is not to tax our core duty. It will have resolved a lot of problems.
So, doctor,
and people will come back.
Yeah, what I hear you now say is that it is not rocket science to end the Japa syndrome. That these things these recommendations you've just made, if they are implemented, doctors will stop leaving the countries the country in droves. But I want to ask you this question. Since doctors are leaving, how about employment to replace the doctors that have left? There are so many young doctors that have just graduated from university teaching hospitals. How are they being employed? What's the employment ratio in Nigeria?
Government is employing every day.
Aha.
They will ask for 100 people, they will get 20. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Look at Kwara State shouting that they don't have doctors. Doctors should come. Every state is calling doctors because Lagos State have advertised for many times. They are looking for 100. They will get 30 or 40. And the same 30 or 40 next 1 year, they have gone.
Wow.
And two, government are making a greater mistake of increasing the number of medical school and nursing school. If you increase it, where are they going to do the internship? Where are they going to do the asthmanship? That's why you see now that we are gotten to the same level we have about 10 years when I started asthmanship. By that time, we are looking for how to do asthmanship. Some people will take 2 years before they do the asthmanship. We are getting to that state. Because the institutions that are doing asthmanship, internship are few. But you are producing more, you are increasing the number of medical schools. If you want to increase the number of medical schools, you must increase the number of hospitals that will take these people to do the asthmanship.
Very well said.
But we are not increasing that.
Very well said.
You are increasing the number. But then and their logic is this, that by the time they get 500, at the first year, 250 we go. Next year, I said, which of calculation, which of thinking that one? How can you be thinking that you produce people and you allow them to go and you allow them? I don't even understand.
Yeah, that equation.
What you be thinking is that how to retain people, not how to produce. And Nigeria is the second exporter of doctors in the world. Because India are now trying to resolve their own problem. But then India has resolved their own problem. Nigeria become the first exporter of doctors in the world.
All right, so doctor, this is awesome. Thank you so much for giving us so much insight into the medical crisis in Nigeria. And you've been making recommendations, and I do hope that the federal government is taking note. I got 3 more minutes with you, but I'll have 2 questions because I want to quickly talk about your succession plan in Lagos. But before that, prior to Dr. Patti becoming the Minister for Health, we also had another doctor who was his predecessor. You doctors have been calling for a doctor to be made minister. Has that helped you in any way, having round pegs in round holes? Has it helped that a health minister is a doctor? Has it helped you guys, talking about the doctors, at all in Nigeria?
That was your word, happy round egg in the round hole. Professor Professor Adewale, one of the best. Professor Rason Kuti, one of the best. They are doctors. And they perform very well. Because they know the system. Professor was brought from root. He know the system. Adewale was brought from UCH. I feel as a consultant, he know the system. We also have some people that even in the system, they even did worse. It's about putting even anywhere, even go to a former attorney, look at all the attorney general, you have the good, you have the bad. The most important thing is calling for doctors because we know they have the wide knowledge. But unfortunately, when they get to that position, they become king. They become arrogant. They don't think of where they are coming from before. That's the unfortunate thing we have in Nigeria.
It's
not only in men, not only in the head, in other aspects of life.
And we are hoping that this will change eventually. We are hoping really things will change in Nigeria.
The only way it change is when a minister because people go on strike. All these things change.
That's ominous, doctor. Well, before we go, because I got 2 minutes with you, let's talk about your succession plan. Of course, I congratulated you earlier on. You've successfully handed over to your successor. I take it that things are okay between you and your colleagues in Lagos State now. And would you like to tell us about your successor in 1 minute as we begin to wrap up the show, sir?
Yes, my successor is a professor of obstetrics and gynecology. Was former social secretary of the NMA Lagos. Was former chairman of the MD Khan Route. He have the experience. He have everything. Academically, research everything. Service is good. And also providing welfare to people. I don't have a problem with that one. He's an ally that can take over what I've done. He can even improve it more than what I've done. Our slogan is welfare, security of doctor.
Welfare, security. Doctor, so you sound like a very happy man now. I take it you have fulfilled. Yes. You've done your job. You've done your job and you have handed over. So congratulations again. And you were fantastic on the show today. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, Nigeria. Yeah.
All right, and that is where we wrap it up. I've been speaking with Dr. Sahid Babajide. He is the immediate past chairman of the NMA Lagos State chapter. A big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success, but the biggest thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep a date again with us for another edition of Hashtag Same Time, Same Station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Nutrition experts are emphasizing the importance of healthy eating in preventing disease and improving overall well-being. At an event marking World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Lagos, stakeholders highlighted the role of balanced diets, proper portion control, and reduced consumption of processed foods in tackling rising cases of lifestyle-related illnesses. They say nutrition also plays a key role in energy levels, cognitive development, and productivity.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also stress the need for greater awareness and the integration of dietitians in healthcare institutions across the country.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
They add that promoting healthier food choices remains essential to building a healthier population.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
With the growing concerns of lifestyle-related illnesses in Nigeria, the conversation is drawn towards the role of nutrition in our everyday lives and everyday habits as well. For many, the conversation is really about awareness and better living. I'm Prince Peters from Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare. governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Federal government to release fuel subsidy savings report.
Also, President Tinubu dissolves property committee.
Tinubu explains no negotiation stance.
Oyo sets up panel to probe pupils and teachers' abduction.
INEC opposes military deployment for elections.
Police release Osun SSG.
On the foreign scene, opera to close South Africa Girls' School.
Well, in business news, FCCPC demands strong agency partnership.
And sports, UEFA threatens World Cup boycott over FIFA plan.
In the world of entertainment, Nigerian influencers oppose Tyler's Lagos concert.
Now the news in details. The federal government says it will soon publish a detailed analysis of savings from the removal of fuel and foreign exchange subsidies, including how the funds have been utilized. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this at the 7th Africa Emerging Markets Forum in Abuja, saying the report is part of efforts to explain the impact of economic reforms to Nigerians. Oyedele said the reforms were aimed at removing economic distortions and corruption, adding that the savings have helped the government meet financial obligations and fund key interventions. He said the combined cost of the former fuel and foreign exchange subsidies was about 5% of GDP, but stressed and the main objective was to address inefficiencies in the economy. The minister added that part of the savings has been used to offset the government's ways and means obligations, while efforts are ongoing to reduce the cost of capital without introducing new subsidies. He noted that the government had previously relied heavily on money creation to finance spending. At a time when interest rates were lower, the national minimum wage stood at 30,000 naira.
And now President Bola Tinubu has approved the immediate dissolution of the Presidential Implementation Committee on the Alienation of Federal Government Properties, a body established in 2000 under former President Olusegun Obasanjo. The president also transferred the committee's responsibilities to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi. In a statement, the president's special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Nanuga, said the dissolution took effect from November 5, 2025. He added that the committee's secretary, B.S. Dutsima, had been directed to stop acting on behalf of the committee and the federal government on all related matters. According to the presidency, the decision followed a review which found that the committee had exceeded its original mandate, leading to multiple court cases across the country. It said the committee's continued existence was no longer justified. The committee was set up in 2000 to oversee the privatization, sale and lease of federal government landed assets under the federal government's monetization policy.
Away from that report, President Bola Tinubu says the federal government refused to negotiate with the terrorists who abducted pupils and teachers in Oyo State because security agencies understood the terrain where the victims were held. The president spoke at the State House, Abuja, while receiving a delegation of traditional rulers from Oyo State led by the Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashidi Ladoja. Tinubu commended the armed forces for securing the release of the victims, saying the operation was supported by traditional institutions and improved security coordination. He reiterated his administration's policy against paying ransom to criminal groups, adding that intelligence and knowledge of the forest environment guided the rescue effort. The president said the operation highlighted the need to continue reviewing Nigeria's security architecture, including plans to increase the number of military divisions from 8 to 12 to improve response times. Tinubu also reaffirmed his commitment to establishing state police with safeguards against abuse, while urging traditional rulers to support security efforts and the expansion of forest guards to tackle criminal activities.
Well, in the meantime, the Oyo State government has set up a judicial commission of inquiry to investigate the abduction of students and teachers in the area on the 15th of May 2026. In a statement, the Commissioner for Information, Dotun Oyelade, said the commission will be inaugurated on Friday at the Executive Council Chamber of the Governor's Office in Ibadan. He said the panel will investigate the circumstances surrounding the abduction and make appropriate recommendations. Oyelade recalled that Governor Seyi Makinde, in a statewide broadcast after the victims regained their freedom, promised to establish an independent inquiry and called on the United Nations to investigate the kidnapping, which lasted 56 days. He added that the commission reflects the government's commitment to uncovering the facts behind the incident and strengthening measures to prevent a recurrence.
In another development, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Joash Amopiton, says the deployment of the armed forces during elections should remain exceptional rather than routine. Represented by the Director of Legal, Al-Hassan Omar, Amopiton made the remark while delivering a keynote address at a seminar in Abuja. He said military involvement should only occur when security conditions require support to civil authorities, noting that the Constitution assigns INEC responsibility for conducting elections, while the Nigeria Police Force remains the lead agency for election security. According to him, the military's role may include securing strategic national assets and critical infrastructure, supporting the movement of sensitive electoral materials when necessary, and assisting civil authorities during extraordinary security situations. Amopito said maintaining a clear balance between civilian election management and military support is vital to preserving public confidence in both the electoral process and the armed forces. He also urged military personnel to remain politically neutral whenever called upon for election security duties, adding that the credibility of the 2027 general elections will depend on the professionalism, neutrality, and constitutional fidelity of all institutions involved. Representing the Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa, the Chief of Defense Civil Military Relations, Rear Admiral Abolade Agunleye, said the armed forces have consistently fulfilled their constitutional duty of supporting civil authorities while maintaining professionalism and operational readiness. Ogunleye urged military personnel to uphold strict neutrality, professionalism, and respect for international human rights standards as political activities gather momentum ahead of the elections.
Elsewhere, the Secretary to the Osun State Government, Teslim Igbalaye, has been released by the Osun State Police Command. This release was announced by the spokesperson for the Imole Campaign Council, who and the group leading Governor Ademola Adeleke's re-election campaign. In a Facebook, the group thanked the Inspector General of Police and the Osun State Commissioner of Police for responding to public calls for the release of Igbalaye. The spokesperson for the Osun State Police Command, Abiodun Ojelabi, also confirmed the development. Balaye and 5 others were arrested on Wednesday after police raided his residence in Osogbo.
The House of Representatives Committee on the South-South Development Commission has insisted that government officials, leaders of host communities of Bile Gas Company, and other stakeholders in Rivers State appear before it over a reported gas leakage. At an investigative hearing in Abuja, the committee chairman, Julius Pondi, expressed concern that key officials and community leaders failed to attend despite the impact of the incident on affected communities. Our correspondent, Salihu Meimunat, has a report.
Renaissance iTunes member.
The lawmaker, who also queried the Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority on the agency's lack of quick and coordinated response to the gas leakage.
16 December 2025, multi-stakeholder pre-assessment meeting part was held. Northern Port Harcourt convened Renaissance iTunes member New Cross E&P NMPC, Sin Operational Limited, and Rivers Ministry of Engineering and Bile CDC rules agree. Transportation, feeding, and security. But this is a joint agreement between that feeding, transportation, and security will be taken care of.
Representative of the Director General of Nostra, while at the hearing, said that the agency is still conducting ongoing investigation into the cause of the gas leakage and impact on the host community and environment.
In order not to bore you, maybe it's good we start off from the initial dates that were reeled out by our sister agency, Nostra. So it appears that our clear involvement in this started off when a meeting was called by the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Gas.
When was that?
So that was the February 4th meeting they referred to. February 4th meeting.
Because in February we were not on the know, is that correct?
So there we had heard reports, including activities that Nostra was doing with the operators and in the area at the time. So those investigations were strictly under the purview of Nostra.
The committee therefore adjourned its hearing till 2 weeks to enable further inquiry. I am Salihu Meimunat, reporting for Voptv in Abuja.
Maimunat, thank you. Well, this report says the Nigeria Customs Service, Port Harcourt Area 1 Command, has handed over intercepted expired pharmaceutical products worth over 59 million naira to the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control for regulatory action. The seizure, made through a joint operation involving customs and other government agencies, is being described as a major step in the fight against the importation of fake, substandard, and expired medicines into Nigeria. Speaking during the handover in Port Harcourt, the controller of the command, Salamatu Atuluku, said the seizure highlights the strong collaboration between the NCS and NAFDAC in protecting public health.
On 22nd June 2026, at about 13:20 hours, officers of Nigerian Customs Service, Port Harcourt Area 1 Command, acting in collaboration with NAFDAC and other relevant government agencies, conducted a joint examination on 1x40 container with container number MRSU 3199206, C number 354, originated from United States. The container was found to contain 606 cartons of ibuprofen capsule, 173 cartons of benzoyl hydrochloride tablets, 266 cartons of subnite lamotrigine tablets, 103 cartons of laprozone delay release capsules, among others, with CIF value of over 59 million naira. The interception of this consignment prevents what could have been a major public health disaster. Expired medicine are not merely effective, they pose serious health risk to consumers. The use of such products can result in treatment failure, drug toxicity of life. Had these expired pharmaceutical products found their way into our markets, pharmacies, hospitals, and homes, countless Nigerians would have been exposed to avoidable health complications with potentially devastating consequences.
Atuluku assured that the command will continue to strengthen intelligence gathering, interagency cooperation, and cargo inspections to detect and intercept illicit consignments.
On 22nd June 2026, at about 13:20 hours, officers of Nigerian Customs Service, Port Harcourt Area 1 Command, following the directive of Nigerian Customs Service headquarters and accordance with extant laws, hereby officially hand over expired pharmaceutical products to pharmacist Adepoju Bayo Rao, a deputy director, Port Harcourt Inspection, Directorate of Nigerian Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, Port Harcourt. Thank you, sir.
NAFDAC's officials described the seizure as a great achievement in the agency's campaign against counterfeit and expired medicines.
Of yours in your collaboration with us to fight this menace that is eating up our society. That is our plot and plan to ensure that we maintain zero tolerance to fake drug in our society. We cannot continue to tolerate this evil menace that is plaguing our society. In an area where we're trying to fight our economy, it's so sudden that somebody will come under that disguise and say it's trying to help or add value to the health of our nation and will be bringing drugs that are expired. The counterfeiting is a global challenge in our world. And as you fight, people are devising other means to say that they want to escape.
That was the South director of NAFDAC talking about the fake drugs. Okay, we'll take a break, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories to stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Toe Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the News Hour on Voice of the People television. Let's now take you to Edo State, where the State Police Command says it has dismantled a criminal syndicate allegedly involving 7 and dismissed police officers accused of abducting and extorting residents in Benin City. The police public relations officer, ASP Eno Ikoedem, disclosed this while addressing journalists, saying investigations led to the arrest of the suspect and disciplinary action against officers found culpable. Rhoda Johnny reports.
Ovin 7 and dismissed officers accused of abducting and extorting residents in Benin City, police spokesperson ASP Eno Ekoiden said arrests followed intelligence-led investigations into complaints of harassment, unlawful arrest, and extortion.
We have invited you here today to brief the nation on the outcome of an extensive investigation into a criminal syndicate that has been operating in Edo State under the guise of law enforcement. This case speaks directly to the policy direction of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Riwan Disu, PSC Daga, NPM, that the era of impunity is over.
ASP Ekoidem said over 11 victims have identified suspects. 1 inspector was demoted, 5 corporals dismissed and will be prosecuted. Another inspector has been declared a deserter and is being tracked.
The following officers who were found culpable of misconduct on warranting disciplinary action was reduced in rank. AP number 324688, Inspector Ehubareme Wisdom, attached to the State Criminal Investigation Department, State CID Benin City, has been reduced in rank from inspector to the rank of a sergeant. In addition, the following officers have been dismissed from the Nigeria Police Force and will be charged before a court of competent jurisdiction.
The police also warned POS operators and the public against aiding crime, reaffirming its commitment to accountability and professionalism. Rhoda Jolie, Voptv News.
Rhoda, thank you. Let's bring it back to Lagos, where the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2 Command, Onikon Olorundare Jima, has been named the most outstanding anti-crime police chief in West and Central Africa for 2025. Our correspondent, Onyidamola Olukuta, has more for us.
award was presented by the Chief Executive Officer and International Coordinator of the Security Watch Africa Initiative Network, Patrick Agbambo, who commended the AIG's leadership and commitment to tackling crime. Recognition celebrates its contribution to policing and efforts at enhancing security across the region.
I want to say that this award, like I said earlier, is dedicated to all officers and men of these two commands, because how many can I do as an AIG? It is what the personnel are doing, though under my supervision, that has culminated into this award being given to me. So like I said, this is the 19th award. I get to know about the award in 2008. I think I'm the most happiest person today, even among the awardees, to be so awarded, because I know when it began 2004, 2008, while we were lieutenant then to those who are being given the award. So I want to let you know that it is a thing of joy for us as Sontu headquarters to be so awarded around this time, where people are peddling a lot of rumor, a lot of outright misinformation to the members of the public about my person and about the office of the Assistant Inspector General of Police.
Oyindamola Olukuton, Voice of the People TV.
Thank you very much, Onyida. Moving on, one occupant of the Amo Pala Hostel, which houses students of the Federal Polytechnic Oko in Anambra State, is feared trapped under the rubble of the building that collapsed on Sunday night. Some residents of the three-story building said they have not seen one of their colleagues since the structure developed cracks and later caved in. Correspondent Ndo Okpaleze reports that 2 bodies have so far been recovered from the debris.
Situated at the Amokpala community in Orumba North local government area of Anambra State, used to house majorly students from the Federal Polytechnic in the neighboring Oko community. According to some survivors of the disaster and other eyewitnesses, the building, which had visible signs of weaknesses and dilapidation, collapsed after a loud crack was heard.
We just hear something because we live around the premises, so we hear a sound like that. So we came out. Believe me, I don't feel see you like this as me and you there like this now. The doors cover everywhere. So as you come out, you can't be like saying at the hostel, where would they live? Where they near us? Now it fall.
The lodge actually collapsed, unfortunately, on Sunday. You get some people saw the lodge, having some little cracks, and they actually told their people to come out. But before majority of them could come out, it has already fallen on some persons.
Some of the residents who survived the wreckage had sad tales to tell.
I will thank God for giving me a second chance, because even before I left here yesterday, they have discovered 3 dead bodies. Had it been there, I won't be thinking next life, what will life be like or whatever. So first of all, I'm grateful to God for the life He gave to me. Every other thing is human made. So I'm still believing God, hence there is life. We will still achieve much more than what is being trapped under here.
People are calling their neighbors to start coming out. It was those that were unfortunate to come out that was trapped in the building. So that is it, and we have lost all our properties. We are no longer talking about properties. We have lost our, our shelter. We don't have anywhere to stay as we are talking to you now.
Meanwhile, caterpillars and bulldozers deployed to the site by the authorities have continued with their evacuation and possible rescue mission, with the area cordoned off. Both the landlord and caretaker of the building were not available to speak on the incident, but the occupants say despite the fact that they paid their rent, the building was lacking in structural maintenance.
We started noticing a lot of crack. Some part of the building was dilapidated, and meanwhile water was flowing inside the building.
Ndo Okpaleze, Voptv News.
Spiritual father of the Cherubim and Seraphim Movement Church worldwide, Emmanuel Alogbo, has died at the age of 93. The church announced his death in a statement issued by its Secretary General Anthony Olusegun Samaye Senalogbo passed away peacefully at about 2:10 a.m. on Thursday at his residence in Lagos. The statement said the cleric was surrounded by family members and domestic staff at the time of his death. It described Alogbo as a devoted spiritual leader whose life was dedicated to the service of God and humanity. He led the Cherubim and Seraphim Movement Church worldwide, contributing to its spiritual growth and expanse in Nigeria and abroad.
We'll take another break, and when we return, we'll bring you foreign business and sport to stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Glad to have you back. On the foreign scene, U.S. talk show host Oprah Winfrey says a girls' school she founded in South Africa nearly 20 years ago will close next year. In a statement, Winfrey said the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls near Johannesburg will be handed over to local education authorities at the end of the 2027 academic year, in line with the regional agreement. Students yet to graduate when the school closes will receive full scholarships to complete their education elsewhere. More than 1,000 girls from disadvantaged backgrounds have graduated from the academy, which was inspired by Winfrey's meeting with anti-apartheid leader and former South African President Nelson Mandela in 2002. The elite boarding school, built at a cost of $40 million in Henley Enclave, south of Johannesburg, has faced controversy over the years, prompting speculation about the reason for its closure. However, a public relations consultant for the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy Foundation dismissed claims that the school was closing because of mismanagement. The foundation said Winfrey will continue supporting girls' education through a scholarship program for academically talented students from communities across South Africa.
Well, elsewhere, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has described a Russian missile strike that killed 5 members of the same family as a horrific crime. Zelensky shared a photo of the Voronov family, saying parents Artem and Olena, along with their 3 children, were killed when a missile destroyed their home. He said their other children, Zakhar, Dominika, Lorica, Federica, and a grandson, Artem, remain missing after Russia launched more than 70 missiles and over 280 drones overnight. Ukrainian officials said the attack killed 8 people. The strike came after Zelensky met U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington, where he urged the United States to approve a license for Ukraine to produce Patriot interceptor missiles.
And now to business. To promote fair competition and protect consumer rights in Nigeria's electricity sector, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has called for stronger collaboration among regulatory agencies and industry stakeholders. Speaking in Abuja at a stakeholder engagement and consumer protection and regulatory cooperation in the electricity sector, the FCCPC Executive Vice Chairman, Tunji Bello, described electricity as critical to the socio-economic well-being of Nigerians and national development. Bello said the Electricity Act 2023 has for the first time allowed state governments to establish their own electricity regulatory commissions and manage interstate electricity markets in line with their economic and social realities. Our correspondent has details of this report.
Therefore stressed the need for stronger partnership with FCCPC for better service delivery, consumer protection, and general public interest.
Your presence speaks very loud about your willingness to work together to strengthen consumer protection in one of Nigeria's most important sectors. The Electricity Act of 2023 represents one of the most significant reforms of Nigeria's electricity sector in recent years. The success of this framework will depend not only on the effectiveness of each regulator, but also on how well we work together, ensuring that our institutions work seamlessly together in our responsibility not theirs. Today's regulatory environment is increasingly specialized. Sector regulators bring deep technical expertise, while the FCCP brings economy-wide experience in consumer protection and competition.
Speaking on behalf of the electricity regulatory agencies, an Assistant Director and Head Consumer Protection Department, Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, Mr. Anthony Issain, commended FCCPC for stakeholders' engagement and promised their readiness to collaborate with the Commission towards achieving its set objectives in the nation's electricity sector.
The different electricity market has been created, especially considering customer protection, ensuring that all markets, not just the federal market, but all decentralized markets, ensure they provide protection for their customers within their regions, right? And it is believed having state operation will further provide better and closer service to customers within their region. So having such a collaboration will just have the industry singing from the same hymn book.
On his part, the chairman, Enugu State Electricity Regulatory Commission, said state regulatory commissions would also partner with FCCPC for better service delivery to Nigerians' electricity consumers.
Having state regulators creates a closer interface between the regulator and the approving authorities at the state level. And so there are many good things to be taken away from having state regulators, and the coordination with FCCPC as well as coordination with the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission. These are very positive steps that these federal regulators are taking, because they are providing a framework for regulatory coordination.
I am Salihu Memunat, reporting for Voptv in Abuja.
Memunat, thank you. Still business, Shell's second quarter profits more than doubled as the Iran war drove up global oil prices. The energy giant posted profits of $9.84 billion for the April to June period, up from $4.26 billion a year earlier. Oil prices rose sharply after the outbreak of the U.S.-Israel war with Iran amid major disruptions to global oil and liquefied natural gas supplies, through the Strait of Hormuz. The conflict also triggered sharp price swings, boosting Shell's energy trading business. Chief Executive Wael Sawan said the company's strong operational performance delivered robust results despite severe disruption in global energy markets. Combined with a first quarter earnings of $6.92 billion, Shell's first half profits rose by 70%.
And now to sports. European football's 55 member associations have voted to boycott future FIFA World Cups if the sports governing body proceeds with plans to sell stakes in its competitions to private investors. The decision was taken at an emergency meeting convened after FIFA unveiled the proposal earlier this week. UEFA, which governs European football, reaffirmed its opposition, insisting that the World Cup should never be treated as an investment product or open to private ownership. The proposed boycott would apply to all FIFA competitions, including the Men's and Women's World Cups and the Club World Cup, if member associations approve the plan. FIFA is proposing to create a commercial subsidiary to manage its major competitions, allowing external investors to acquire minority, non-controlling stakes in the new entity to be known as FIFA Forward Enterprise.
And now Nigeria's Tobi Amusan has qualified for the final of the women's 100 meters hurdles at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow after another outstanding performance. The world record holder won her heat in a game's record 12.19 seconds, the fastest time ever recorded in the event's history at the Commonwealth Games. The run is also the third fastest of Amusan's career, highlighting her strong form ahead of the final. She won gold at the 2018 Gold Coast and 2022 Birmingham Commonwealth Games and is aiming to become the first athlete to claim 3 consecutive Commonwealth titles in the women's 100-meter hurdles. The Nigerian won the world title in Oregon in 2022, where she set the current world record of 12.12 seconds.
And now to entertainment, some Nigerian influencers have launched a campaign against South African singer Tyler's planned concert in Nigeria, citing ongoing xenophobic attacks against foreigners in South Africa. Tyler, who is from South Africa, has faced criticism from some Nigerians following reports of attacks on Nigerian immigrants and other African nationals in the country. Social media activist Martins Vincent Ose, popularly known as VDM, has opposed the Lagos concert, warning organizers against proceeding with the event. In a video shared online, VDM said allowing the performance while concerns over xenophobia remain unresolved sends the wrong message. He questioned why a South African artist should benefit from Nigerian support amid the tensions. Nigerian influencer and human rights activist Oruche Precious, popularly known as Mama P, also criticized the planned concert. Reacting to Tyler's APOP World Tour, which includes a Lagos show on December 22, Mama P urged the singer to address concerns over attacks on Nigerians in South Africa before performing in Nigeria. She also questioned Tyler's silence on the issue and called on her to remain in South Africa.
Well, still in entertainment news, Afrobeats star Ira Star has announced a temporary break from music to focus on her health after undergoing major surgery. The singer did not disclose details of the condition or the procedure, but said her recovery has not been as straightforward as expected. Ira Star reassured fans that she will return soon, adding that she needs more time to heal. The health update comes shortly after the singer announced her first acting role in Children of Blood and Bone. Well, we wish Ira Star quick recovery. And we wrap it up on News Hour, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the federal government is to release a fuel subsidy savings report.
Also, President Tinubu dissolves property committee.
Tinubu explains no negotiation stance.
Oyo sets up panel to probe proposed teachers' abduction.
And INEC opposes military deployment for elections.
Police release or show SSG.
Well, on the foreign scene, we told you that Oprah is to close South Africa's girls' school.
In business, FCCPC demands strong agency partnership.
Well, in sports news, UEFA threatens World Cup boycott over FIFA plan.
And in the world of entertainment, Nigerian influencers oppose Tyler's Lagos concert. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television. And on other social media platforms, we are at Voptv Live. Witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndumdioto.
And I am Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Call me every baby superstar.
Hello! We are live at the movie premiere of Voptv. And yes, this movie was produced by an UyoU film. And yes, we are here at the event and we have a lot of cast here already. So yes, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. Don't go anywhere, stay put.
You can't go around the industry being all nice. Otherwise, the industry is going to eat you up and spit you out whenever it wants.
I don't think you're that talented. All you these women, all of them, they sound the same for my ear.
All you had to do was show up.
When no one else wanted you, I got you into that room. Evie, me.
You look amazing, by the way.
Thank you. And I'm supposed to you say you look
Don't worry, don't worry. Leave this one. Don't worry.
All right, Odogwu, can you sing? Tell us.
They say I can. I don't know. I haven't sang in a long time,
All right,
professionally.
let's try this. I feel good. Woo, so good. So good. Oh my God, that's amazing. All right, we'd like to know you, please.
My name is Uzo Arukwe. I play the character Kola on the movie Evie, and we're here for the premiere of Evie. Super excited to be here. I'm stoked, actually. The environment is charged up. I can't wait for us to see the movie.
Oh my God. So what did it feel like? What was it like for you to be in the movie?
Ooh, I mean, like, it was good. First off, like I said, you know, the director is my friend. Uyo, a lot of people call her Uyo. Uyo is my friend. Uyo is my friend. And when she told me about the movie a while ago, but I still had to audition. That's how Uyo. Anyway, so Uyo I auditioned for it. Yes, and I had to fight for the role. Literally, I did my chemistry test, you know, on-screen chemistry test and all of that. And then, you know, afterwards, I got the character, and then I read the story, and I was blown away. And I love the character that I played because he was very layered. He was very humane. So he was a struggling talent manager. I've never been a talent manager in my life, but I kind of, you know, I've been a talent. You kind of get it, you know. So a struggling talent manager who found his way to redemption through the lead character. It's very layered. He had a lot of ups and downs, and I really enjoyed it. He was drunk, by the way. So
wow. So what was your name on the movie?
My name was Kola, but a lot of people called me Uncle Kola. He was older than them. He was like in his 40s.
So tell me, was there any issues you were having on set?
Issues on set?
Yes.
Oh no. Apart from director making sure that we got the performances, we got the blocking, it was good because Judy Dawudu, who is the producer, is an amazing person. Hospitality, she's amazing. When it comes to passing information, she's incredible. So it was fun. It was all fun. And then I had a lot of my friends on set, you know. So Omobi Dada, who is also the EP, Ibrahim Suleiman, Michael, Ejo, a lot of people. It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
So tell me one memorable fun moment you had.
There were several, but I would say that there was this scene where it was one take. The director wanted to make it one take. It was one of the promotional scenes, you know, and it was one take, and we had to do that several times. It was crazy. And Uyi kept pushing us until we got it, but it was good.
Hi, good evening. You're crazy. Hi, everyone. All right, you know that song? I feel good. Energy. So good. Ooh, I love that. Oh my God. So I would like to
to know you, please.
My name is Yvonne, and I'm an actor.
So what are your expectations for this evening? We are here at the movie premiere of Evi. So what are your expectations for this movie?
Oh, I want to see talent. I want to see talent on talent. I want to see double talent. So I want people to wow me. I like people who can sing, people who have good singing voices.
Okay.
So I want to be entertained. Yeah.
So can you sing?
No.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me rephrase. I can sing, but I don't have a good singing voice. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, that's nice. All right, thank you so much.
You think you're a star? You are not as big as you think you are.
I'm done, man. There's nothing left for me here.
Rest your head, sweet child. Maybe the stars are not for you.
I feel like for the very first time, I have found someone who truly inspires me.
Hi.
Actually, Miss Weibo, but
I have a bad voice, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, you look amazing.
Thank you, I try. Thank you.
All right, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
This evening?
Yeah, how do you
I feel good. I feel very excited, very happy because I'm about to see something that is going to excite me. So yes.
Okay. So can you sing?
I can. I'm a very good singer, guys, but I have a bad cold, so I really can't do anything.
Okay.
I'm literally struggling to talk, but I sing.
Okay,
Yes.
what about you?
No.
Wow.
Sing, but I don't have a good voice, but I love to sing. So I just sing in my bathroom, in my room, on my bed, in my car, in the private place, not publicly.
So what are your expectations this evening? Tell me.
Honestly, a good film, a good watch, fantastic acting, and great storytelling.
Nice. What about you?
Same thing he said. What he said, darling, just here to have fun and to enjoy every bit of whatever magic they have cooked for us to enjoy.
So tell me, how was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was exciting. I won't even lie. Well, cameo roles are not that deep in terms of executing it, but what I think excited me the most is just the work ethics of the people that put the film together. Judy Audu, Uyo, Damiel Shikoya, Omomi Dada. She played. I can't remember her character name, but she's EP on the film as well. And Osaz, the lady that played the lead character, she auditioned for this. She wasn't handpicked, you know what I'm saying? So, and I think all of those things adds up to what makes films like this exciting.
Nice. And this movie talked about second chance. Could you just tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, I think in life generally, you have to give yourself a second chance. Because if you work long enough and you invest in yourself, you'll get it wrong sometimes. You've got to take the learnings and give yourself a second chance to actually go back and win for yourself.
Right. So you also talk about music. Do you love music?
Absolutely. I mean, I've worked in entertainment for over 19 years. I've curated and created music. So I love music. I love how it can inspire people and how it can maybe sometimes get you out of depression, change your mood for good. But like everything else, it's got its downsides as well, depending on how you use it.
So tell us, what was the fun moment you had on set?
I think just generally with the cast and crew, it's one of those sets where you're on set, people are gisting, they're like, we're about to roll, everybody keep quiet, that kind of thing. Then you're now whispering, you're still gisting type. It was great energy. Even while we're filming the content for it as well, was just always beautiful. Matter of fact, we filmed the rollout materials for the movie while I was fasting, and I didn't even feel like I was fasting. That's how good it was. Great energy, great people.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello.
Oh my God, you guys look amazing.
Thank you.
Woo.
Let me say that part. You look beautiful.
Okay, so how do you feel? Tell me.
Amazing. Like, I'm super happy.
What about you?
I feel excited.
Oh, you know the song, I Feel Good.
Ta-na-na-na-na-na.
So good.
So damn.
So good.
I got you.
Oh my God. All right. Please would like to know your name.
Okay, my name is Yo-Yo Ovi. I'm a singer and a songwriter, and I'm in the movie.
Oh my God. Clock it. So what about you?
My name is Papa, and I'm your Yovi's manager.
Oh. Please, very important. All right, and we are here at the movie premiere of Ivy. So tell us about this movie. We would like to know things that we are going to expect.
So I've been seeing trailers. I'm looking forward to watching the movie. I've been seeing trailers of the film, and I'm in the movie, and I'm excited. It's a music movie, and
I'm looking forward to it. Yo Adia is such an excellent writer and director. Judith Audu, they all do excellent work. So trust me, this project is already a bang. We already saw it from the trailers, but like I'm excited to see the movie. I'm super excited. Like, hey, congratulations to them, by the way.
So tell me, what was it like for you to be in the movie?
It was very exciting when I got the call that, oh, you get to be in the movie. I'm like, oh, my first time in a movie. I'm like, yay!
Oh my God, were there any challenging times?
Not for me, though. I enjoyed this. I was happy.
Voptv. Now, you have more than a voice.
TGIT, thank God it's Thursday. Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoye. It's a rainy day here in Lagos, so do drive safely, carefully, and observe all other road users as you drive along. We have so many topics we'll be trailing this morning, from insecurity, politics, and so much more across Nigeria. Top on our list, police arrest Osun SSG over alleged vote buying. Boko Haram, ISWAP clash leaves cause dead. And finally, rising housing costs spark safety concerns. These are the stories we'll be trailing, so do come along and stick with us. Thank you.
She is Jen Ogoye. I am Chukwuma. Good morning and many thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. We appreciate your presence as always.
Yes, of course. Good morning. Welcome. I woke up this morning and I felt like singing, the nursery rhyme. Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day.
Even when it wasn't raining.
Even when it was not raining.
Even when it was not raining.
It was
Some
raining.
people decided to call the rain.
Yeah.
Some people decided to turn to Majek
Fashek.
Fashek. And Majek Fashek happened.
Send down the rain.
Send down the rain.
Oh, well, it's the season. And I hope there will be the August break, the usual August
Hopefully,
break.
I can't wait for it.
Okay. Oh, well, let's get into some of the conversation. House of Representatives is considering a bill that would require tanker and trailer drivers across Nigeria to undergo compulsory drug tests every 6 months. Now, the proposal is aimed at reducing the alarming rate of fatal road crashes involving heavy-duty vehicles, with lawmakers arguing that substance abuse among some drivers is a preventable risk that threatens lives and property. Beyond the proposed drug screening, stakeholders in the petroleum sector also called for broader reforms to improve fuel distribution, strengthen local refining, and address transport challenges. While industry players warned that continued dependence on trucks to move petroleum products could worsen road congestion and increase the risk of tanker accidents, urging government to invest in safer and more efficient distribution infrastructure. Of course, it's high time we build such channels, undersea channels, things that will enable us move. And then if we have the train service, when you build these things, such infrastructure, it makes for easy flow of business and development comes easily. So we should see government we should have interstate train services, as that will go a long way. Cargo trains and the rest of them will go a long way in reducing the trucks that we have on the roads. Now let's go to drug testing. Yes. But the big question is, who will be conducting the test? Is it the NDLEA? Is it the Federal Road Safety Corps? Is it the transport operators? Who would be conducting the test? And we know how things work. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, but we know how things work here. People always find a way to circumvent things. But then again, talking road accidents, it's not only usage of substance that causes road accidents. There's the issue of fatigue.
Yeah.
How do you address that? Shouldn't companies, or should companies now reduce work time? Now, these companies have fewer drivers, and then they have mileage to cover. So they put pressure on them, to cover the distance. So there is the issue of fatigue. Now, I don't know if you've ever driven tired, exhausted. You would find yourself, I mean, I just thank God for my life. I thank God for my life. Because there was a time in my career, I was working. Yeah. Morning, I'm somewhere. Evening, I'm on radio. Night, I'm in another studio. My car was basically my house. I had my clothes in the car, and they would go from one place to another. And then I remember one day I was along on top the Independence Tunnel, Maryland axis. There's the traffic lights. There was still the filling station at the edge of the road there. There was one mobile filling station
had a Mr. Biggs.
Yes. At the traffic light, I stepped on the brakes, waiting for the light to turn green, and
You slept off?
I slept off.
My goodness.
I was exhausted. I slept off. It took the police, traffic warden, and the police around there to come and tap on the window, like, "Are you okay?" Like, "I'm tired." It's okay. Just drive into the mobile station. They went in and allowed this man rest. I parked, slept for some minutes before I went on my way. So fatigue is a major contributory factor to road crashes, not just involving tanker drivers, but they cover longer distances. So we should. Who is going to implement that? Who would compel the companies to ensure that these drivers have time to rest and recoup before they get on the road? Another thing is the road themselves. How good are our roads? You have roads, I mean, even roads that you're familiar with, you know where the potholes are, and then one day you get on the road and you're surprised to see a gully where there was none initially. So what happens to our, who should